Good morning. It is 9 degrees C here this morning, so that's kind of refreshing. Whatever that is, about 50, I guess, 48 or something Fahrenheit for you effers out there. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, which I live stream. And the idea here is to capture everything I'm watching on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. I stream all day from now, 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market and numbers and everything, and then through the entire live cash session until 1500 every day, every trading day, to provide complete transparency and accountability. I take no trades off the stream. Every trade is completely good, bad, or indifferent, is recorded and captured. Bookmap graphically displays every trade and entry and order movement, and so does it's all on the stream. So that's the point. The idea here is it is my trading journal. It's not for financial advice or trade advice. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here, which is kind of, it's the world we live in, but that's where it's at. The reason I do this, another reason I do it and stream to YouTube, is for the so I can watch it or review the stream on any other device. I only have standing desks here. I got a couple of them in an L, and so I'm here at the desk from about 6 in the morning or a little before 6 until about 2100, so it makes for a long day. Okay, well, they are dumping this bad boy like nobody's business. Let's get on with the numbers here. Obviously, the little boys and girls who get paid a lot and I haven't seen fit to come back and do their job yet. No numbers out today. There was a potential CD. Well, no numbers because the Fed is still, the government is still shut down. However, we are sock up in the middle of earnings season and with a vengeance. This is how big the day's earnings schedule is. Look at that. I didn't count them, and I'm not going to, but this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it to your time zone, everything that you could possibly imagine you can filter this for, and it's free. I like this presentation for screen snapping and whatever, especially with the reports, which I post every morning. The second report or news source that I use is Financial Juice, which is also free. You can, of course, pay for it if you'd like to. I'm sure they'd appreciate that. But I don't see any need. It has a similar function of a calendar on this side. And then there's more of a squawk box feel going on over here on the right. So that's why I have it up. The usual insults have been flying around by all of the boys and girls. So that's, they are. What can I say? Let's get to the pre-market. Now, the first thing to mention or to notice here is this is Bookmap, and here is the pre-market. There's the open, and here we are. Quite a range and a big sell-off underway at the moment. IRT, similar. This is my, first of all, let me point out that this is the ES minis, NQ mini, market profile, and my higher time frame micro composite for the ES. One hell of a day, one hell of an overnight, and considering we've been, trading just a little few handles here, we're way above average, almost double, I think, on volume for the overnight. Yeah. Based on the earnings from last night. And all of the, I think 5 or 6 of the Mag 7 are reporting this week. We had Microsoft and the 2 Googles, or Alphabets, and somebody else yesterday, Meta. And today we've got Apple and Amazon and God knows what. Okay, so keep your earnings, right? What right now inventory was 100% long all night, because here is the open, and there we are. We are just taking a little bit of it back. I would still expect responsive selling to take some profit. Imagine if you were long all night, in the money, what would you do on the open? I'd take some profit. Pretty crazy ETH volume here. Really, well, 289,000 contracts so far, and we're normally around 100 and change. Let's see what the volume actually is at this point. Ooh, come on, wake up, everybody. Get the little dwarves in action back there. Yeah, 155% increase in volume. Typically, we're at about $1.84, and now we're at 288,000. And our ATR is 275 in a 1 minute. All right, to the micro composite, which is my high time frame chart. It's real simple. It's everything I do here is just straightforward, clear, data-driven, based on probabilities and statistics, percentages. That's it. And that's the way I believe you should approach the market if you want to have a successful trading business, as opposed to a video game or gambling. So here's the high time frame, or my micro composite. You can see where stupidity reigns supreme the last few days, and finally we got some overlap, so I was able to start a new volume profile, or new micro composite volume profile. The way that I do this is the RTH session only. These are daily candles. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. By so doing, I get a high and low volume nodes, which are represented by these red and green lines. I get a micro composite VPOC, and then those things are pushed to, or the red and green high and low volume nodes are pushed to Bookmap, and I manually enter the naked volume points of control and the micro composite POC, etc. And this is the market profile. We're got a net change down of about 0.42% so far. Quite a big deal here. There's just craziness, random craziness going on in terms of the news. The random risk squad is in full action. All right, so the session prices here also push directly to Bookmap. And that takes us to, guess what? Bookmap. Stand by one. There you go. All right. Bookmap. Well, first of all, I hope you realize this is the dome, or the ladder, or the price ladder. Yeah, price ladder, the dome, whatever else they call it. It is level 2, obviously, and there's all of the resting liquidity at the price. This is my high time frame column notes, where I manually enter these things. You see the naked volume points of control, the previous all-time high, which was put in yesterday, and guess what we have now? We have a new one in the ETH right up here. Aren't they cute? Yeah, so there you are. And a micro composite volume profile is way down below us. or a micro composite volume POC is way down below us. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from that micro composite volume profile. And this is the volume profile for the full session, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, it's the Globex of the full session. RTH session resets at 8:30. Pretty obvious. And this is an important column for me. This is my notes column. The first thing I do here is to be sure I have the column titles changed to represent the open type for today's RTH. We'll do that in a second. And then this is the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And let me point out that there's nothing complicated, mysterious, or trading is not easy, but it doesn't have to be some sort of, it has got nothing to do with wizardry or secret sauce or any of that. It's math, probabilities, and price action, price data. There's no indicator on my charts or my Bookmap unless you want to be, unless you want to call these VWAPs, of which there are two. There's one for the RTH and there's one for the full session. That's volume weighted average price. They are calculated. Okay, so that technically that's an indicator, I guess. I'm talking about MACDs and moving averages and all that kind of, spiraling wizardry from Fibonacci and all that stuff. I don't use any of those things. So what I do have is a POC for both the RTH and the full session. And you'll notice that the full session is a bit more muted yellow than is the RTH. POC, again, nothing mysterious. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. Nothing more complicated than that. The line continues to plot just so I have a reference as to where we've been. That's also what I accomplished with these high migrating volume POC flags, which we'll talk about in a second. There's a mid for the RTH. There are the price levels, which are pretty, I hope they're clear. Obviously abbreviated names, but what do you want? There's yesterday's the RTH Open, value area high, developing value area high. A couple of levels which do confuse some folks are the IBs, which is because of the naming. It is from market profile. Stands for initial balance. In reality, what this level and the IB high, which is living right under here, you see the green line, and you see it's a name over here in this levels. What the IB high and IB low actually represent via data is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. That's all. It's just they mark the high and low of the first 1 hour. As the market opens, they will move up, move down with price. The minute we hit 9:30 Central Standard Time, they don't go anyplace anymore, and that's it. Now, let's get back to the important column here, because not only do we determine the open type, but the open type for the day dictates what statistics will input here alongside or next to their associated price levels. How does this work? Well, first, there's only 4 open types, and there's only 2 criteria, which makes it real straightforward, as it should be with any kind of statistics. You can't have 1,000 different parameters. Anyway, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, it's lower than the close. I can find it here probably somewhere. Where did it go? I can't, close right there. It's hiding right there under that. There you are. So it's lower than the close. So the first initial up here is going to be an L, right? And how does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low, and there's the previous RTH high. So it is, our new and improved title is lower in range. Wasn't that easy? And that's exactly it. Now we are able to do the next maneuver, which is clear the notes from yesterday. And let's get our statistics in here for the upcoming session. And that's also simple and straightforward. Comes from this study from IRT, which is going to wake up here in a second. IRT very conveniently highlights the correct open type, but obviously not until we open. So we're doing these statistics in advance, and that's perfectly correct because they are statistics. How does it work? The study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of the 2,000 trading days, we opened lower in range 583 of those days for 29.2%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 84.2 times. Now watch, this is really tough. 84.2. Boop. That is exactly all there is to doing this. Now I will just step down. I will step down each one of them. The next one in order here is the 82.3 is the overnight 83.2. Sorry, dyslexia is a wonderful thing. For the overnight mid. Overnight mid. Wow, look at there. 82. Hey, whoever you are, Panda. Good morning. 82.3, right? Is that what I said? 83.2. Boy. Okay. Something that I want to get to pretty quick, and I hope I do. The previous close is 73.8. Well, we know that that's living right here. Yeah, Panda, stand by. Stand by. You're not starving, I promise. Yeah. I know you need petting and things, but come on. Dad's got to do some work here. That's the previous close. The previous initial balance high is 70.5, and this is important to do because that's living right under here, right? You see where it's the green line, and it will say that. Okay, that I know that's the up here. I'm sorry. There's the previous IB high, and that is at the previous high because we put that in the first 1 hour and never came back. 70.5%. And put the initials in there because remember the definition. The very split second we opened down here someplace, apparently, this level is going to go to the top and this level is going to jump to the bottom of the current session. And I'm going to be going, what the hell happened at 70.5? And I'm going to know it was the IB high. Else do we have here? Previous value area low is 69.0. And that's right there. And I'll speak about that in a minute as soon as we get through a few more of these. The overnight low is 67.1. That's going to get tagged pretty quick if they're not careful. Remember that these are not hard, fast lines in the sand. They are statistics, probabilities. This reflects the number of times this level was revisited when we opened in this configuration, in the upcoming RTH session. Where am I now? Overnight low, IB low, 61.7. The IB low, which is right there, is 61.7. IB low. Now, this better tell you something, I hope, if you're watching. This is 61.7, and the IB high up here was 70.5. Can that be right? It is right. Wow. Okay, how are we? We're going to have to get through 61.7 to get to 75, right? These are statistics. These are absolutely not hard, fast lines in the sand. I hope that's clear. Oh, overnight high is 52.8. And what's the overnight low? Where'd that go? Or the previous low, I'm sorry. Previous low is 51.5. Well, that's a toss-up, huh? It's about an even Steven deal. All right, that is going to do me for the values for these things, because I've got to do something else at the moment, which is something I do every day, and that is called the TLab snap. What, you say, is the TLab snap? Well, I'll tell you that little deal here in a minute as soon as I get my act together. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B., who is, by his own statement, a professional trader starting about 46 years ago. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. I'm sure you will never see an audited copy of his account on the stream, and I'm sure you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or gold chains in it's a Discord chat, sorry. However, I believe that he's the real deal. He has a lot of good things to say. He has good philosophy. He keeps the room orderly and, adult. There's a good crew of people in there. And I enjoyed the time that I was active there, which was before I started this journal, basically at his suggestion, because he's a big proponent of narrating the market and staying focused in the market. Well, this is how I'm staying focused in the market. So I can't do two things at once because I don't multitask well. If I'm going to be focused on trading and fixated on the market here, I'm not in a chat room blabbering, That's not me. I'm not saying anything wrong with people that do that, but there you go. So every day at about 6 in the morning, I post the news reports in there that are upcoming, and I post this snap every day at 8:20, which gives those in there advantage or access to all of the potential numbers and review of the market that they may need. And I've done this for an awful long time. So I will continue to do so because I feel like, I owe Tom some gratitude, and I think what he's doing is good. I will also say something else here. I don't recommend any other bookmap Discord sites because they are typical internet guru things. The second word, I've been to only 2 others. And there's a lot of sites. So first of all, how could I recommend something I don't know anything about? I have been to 2 others, and they were typical. The person was trying to sell something, the third word out of their mouth, which is fine, but that's not what I'm interested in. And I will say this about the Traders Lab. You will never be solicited for anything. which is refreshing. There you go. And every day I do that snap and put a plug in here for him in that place, the TLab. There you are. I participate in another room, Discord area called Static, but that's private. It's started by Rod, built around a application he's doing. He is one of the founding or more senior people from the TLab, also moved over, to his own thing pretty much. So there we are. Now you know that. We are going to rumble here in about 5 minutes. I think I've whizzed my way through pretty much everything we know about the statistics. Remember, these are just statistics. These are probabilities of the number of times or percentage of days of a 2,000-day sample set that this value was revisited in an open type of lower in range. I don't know how to explain it any differently. So there you go. Now we're going to open, and let's hope that works. I think I've gotten through everything. No gap today. What a relief. What a refreshing turn of events that is. Talk about risk here in a little bit. Yeah. And the general condition of the system today. 3 minutes. A word about Blue Boy here. This is a real expensive, top secret indicator that I use. It's called a vertical line. I slap this on the first print of each session. This is the first print of the overnight or the ETH. Boop, 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 boop. I will do so at the RTH. Now, why I do that is a change in my basic workflow. I want to keep the entire session in view on the heat map chart here through the day. If I want to anticipate interacting with the market to trade, I can zoom in. But I want to always be firmly rooted in the context of the day. Previously, I would keep the time line down here at 5 minutes. So obviously, after a while, these POCs and various reference lines would scroll off the left of the screen. I wouldn't know where the POC had been. I can see the current one, obviously, because there it is, and it will always be there based on volume. But that's why I started using the migrating VPOC flags. They are not near as, I still do it because I'm OCD, but they are not as necessary or as important as they used to be, because I find it better for me to keep the entire session in view. You can get so zoomed in on Bookmap, you don't know whether you're foot or horseback here. You don't know if price has gone up or down in the last couple of seconds. So, that's where it's at. Going to open in about a minute here. Hopefully that'll happen correctly. Or pretty close to correctly. And yeah, hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Good luck. Remember, your first objective as a trader is to maintain and protect your account and to grow it. The only way you can maintain or protect your account is risk management. Words from the wise. And we're going to open in 30 seconds. Let's see what the hell happens here. First of all, I hope it resets correctly as it should. It's been struggling with that as it just is now. There's about 30 seconds ahead of time, but I'm not too worried about it at this point. So think about it now. Where's this IB high going to go? And this IB low? They're going to be right down here. That's why I needed to have this. Now we're going to look at that Globex low. which is the ETH low here, and I would suggest that they're probably going to continue to trade down there. We're getting some delay or lag here in IRT because there's a hell of a lot of volume flying through. We're already over 3.25 million, or 3.25 thousand. 3.25 thousand. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, what I would typically do before is there's the brighter POC. I would slap a migrating volume profile, a migrating volume point of control flag right there. So if this line scrolled off the screen, I would be able to see where we'd been before. I guess that's pretty logical. You can follow that. And now I'm going to change my charting on IRT here to the full set or the day session, and I do that just like that. Now what's happened? The overnight is gone. This is yesterday's RTH session, and here's our new RTH session open. And that's there's a reason for doing that, and I'll show you what that reason is in a second. Come on. So there's euphoria, more of it yesterday, today. All right, let's save that. Come on, savey. There you go. I don't know what to think about all this, to be honest with you. Come on. There we are. This is, I'm sorry, excuse me, this is the micros. The same configuration chart setup as but these are the micros as opposed to the minis. And there's our open. And let's save this. And let's get back to the business at hand here. All right. So, come on. There we are. There's the open. Here's today. Here's previous. Stupidity reigning supreme. Are we going to start closing these gaps? Likely. When? Who the hell knows? Again, a lot of volume lately in these last couple of days. There's yesterday's RTH session. Here we open today. And NASDAQ, I guess that should be clear. Okay, let's get back over here. And what do we find? Oh, who was that masked man? There's the IB low and there's the IB high. Huh? Isn't that cute? Don't you love it when a plan comes together? And here's the gap high. Now, this is the gap high from the 27th. This means this is where we opened on the morning of the 27th, and the gap low is the RTH, is the close, no, RTH high from below. I do range, okay? Range to open. You can do whatever floats your boat. Remember that there's nothing mysterious or magical about these charts, my methodology, or trading in general. It's math, probabilities, data points, That's it. Really. This, I have a hunch, and astrology, something else, and Fibonacci, whatever, that's just confirmation bias. It's complete BS. Sorry to say, but it is. And humans are really good at that. Really good at it. Finding patterns where they aren't. Well, we're pushing that IB lower. Now remember, this is going to continue to push down with price. There's the previous low. We're going to get into new ground down here. And here's our open. And there's the first print. And I'm going to put the secret magic, really valuable indicator right over here. Blue boy. Nothing more than a visual reference for me. I want to be able to glance left and see this line, this blue line. If I don't, I need to scrunch the screen back together and adjust it so I have the entire session in view. As long as I can see this on the left side, I know I've got the whole this current RTH session in view. Simple as that. Well, they're taking them lower, and they're pretty happy about that idea. I wonder if they're going to close this gap, huh? Wouldn't that be something right over here? That's got a lot of, oh boy, we're going to the moon, Alice. Guys on their back foot, doesn't it? And what am I doing now? Well, I'm narrating and watching the market because my focus and the trades that I am focused on have just vetted and am working are the initial balance trades. So I have nothing to do except stay in touch with the market until 9:30 because there's no initial balance statistic until 9:30. Remember the definition of initial balance of the yeah, wow, now I've got the hiccups. Great, wonderful. Fortunately, the Fed chair is, and the Fed is, are not succumbing to irrational political pressure. And their statement yesterday was exactly the truth. And the truth isn't necessarily some of these fellas' best friend, Some pretty crazy videos out of some of the travels yesterday, too. Pretty crazy. Well, looks like things are working to me. Now, something that you may notice or may not, but notice how the level here for the IB, this line indicator, is below the flag. Absolutely no problem, not a bug, not anything. The data that drives this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, and the flag, which is a cloud note column I created, is exactly the same data exported from IRT right here. I keep this export ticker up so I know everything's still ticking over. When this says 0, it's gonna, there you go, it rolled back. Now every 30 seconds or so this exports. And the reason that these get out of sync with each other is the following. I'm only able to set a refresh rate minimum of 1 minute in the cloud note column. And the boys and girls who made this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, obviously have it refresh in a time frame less than 1 minute so they can get out of sync. So there you go. In case that was a question. Now, what are we doing here? They're in no man's land down here now. This is all based on, I think, the reality of the economy and job, the jobs market is best or something. The jobs market's really not too bad. UPS laid off 30,000 people. 1,000 people. That doesn't seem like a strong jobs market to me. And all the government people that have been laid off, all of the people at, the tech places that have been laid off, just add them all up. It's going to come back to haunt these guys. You can't, it's one thing to just have your head in the sand and keep saying the same thing over and over and over again until you believe that it's true. And it's another to understand reality. And, it would be great if the economy was ripping and everything was good. I really hope that's the case. Right now, the market doesn't think so. And welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe. If these session prices would be a benefit to you, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat. Let me know and I'll hook you up. I share these freely with a whole lot of people in both the Traders Lab and Statistic and a couple other places, so it's not a problem. And these levels are pushed from my machines here from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday evening, continuously. So all you need, it's basically what you get is it's a URL to a Google sheet or drive or whatever. You can put it in Cloud Notes. You can put it in this indicator, or if any other software you have that can use a CSV file for the data, there you go. Or just look at the CSV file, I guess, if you wanted to. If those price levels would help, I'm happy to do that. Well, wow, we're almost up to 1% change here, 64% down. Now we're coming back a little bit. They got out there in no man's land and got scared, I guess. Ooh, it's scary out here by ourselves. Out here in the gap is scary, Dad. Jesus. No numbers or reports, as I talked about in the pre-market today, but earnings is huge. The big number, of course, unless you're living under a rock, was yesterday with the Fed rate decision. There are supposed to be numbers out, of course, but the boys and girls in D.C. who are busy collecting their big salaries and their, health care and their pensions are busy buying cigarettes, or they're too busy to actually go in and do the job. Incredible. This is a statistic that blew me away. I don't know whether it matters to anybody else or not, but as of Monday or Tuesday of this week, the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., the federal government House of Representatives, has had 20 working day sessions since July. And they walk around like they're, really important and really doing the great job for their constituents. Jesus Christ, it just amazes me. Really amazes me. Imagine if you have a job and, you know, also in addition to trading, and you tell you, I'm going to work, I probably worked, you know, maybe 20 days in the last 120. Incredible. Incredible. And that, what's his name? The Speaker of the House refuses to swear in elected officials, people who have been elected from other states to the House of Representatives. He refuses to swear them in because they are Democrats, and he knows that they're going to vote a specific way on various things, most importantly, the Epstein file thing. And so he just his plan is just to poke his head and refuse to swear them in. I don't know how the hell that can happen in the, you know, with the, I don't know where the parliamentarian is and the Robert Rules of Order and all. There must be rules in the House. You can't just do that. I'm shocked every time I see. So I don't look at the news actually, because it's just, are you kidding me? I don't follow any social media or any of that crap. So, you know, there you go. All right, now I'll do a couple of my, here are my VPOC migrations again. And back up here we go, where we just were before. You see how this works? Now, because I am, as I said, using the blue boy, since he's on the team now, she's on the team, it is on the team, whatever it is. Come on. Since I don't need to do this as much, or probably at all. And I'll show you why. I'll show you how it evolved, right, in case you don't grasp it yet. You see the yellow line is just marking the POC, which is the price at which the most contracts have traded. So 85.75, we've traded 4,144 contracts in this session. The minute one of these prices is 4,145, this is going to go there. The POC will move. That's all there is to it. But the line continues to plot so that I have a visual reference. Now, I'm not sure why that's there, to be honest with you. I got that one off. I'll go put it there, I guess. So what used to happen was this. Okay, where has it been? You know, where is the price? Where has the POC been? Well, I could tell it was here. My theory is, or my objective is, to have all of the data that I feel I need to trade here on the hard right edge. And you see how Bookmap can get zoomed into just 2 times ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. Cognitive dissonance. Jim Dalton's favorite word. So now I've got Blue Boy on the job. And look how fast the market's scrolling. The other day, we traded the entire session, and I didn't need to adjust this once. That's low volume. And now we're trading back up. They took a poke down there into the gap and got all nervous and scared and came zooming back, right? All right. Well, there we go. The next thing I try to do, besides the blue guy over here, which I've talked about, I think, plenty. Oops, wrong direction. Sorry. I want to keep 1 point high on the price ladder, meaning that between each one of these is 4 ticks. This way I have an understood sense of scale and perspective for me. You know, that's the reason I do this. Well, I don't know what the hell we're up to now, to be honest with you. We're just all over the board, and there's no reason for any of it. There's been no news, and I don't think. Well, obviously, there's no reporting, so get some ECB numbers out, but that doesn't generally jog much of what's going on around here. Oh, that's a problem. What's all of this? Oh, that's the ECB thing. Here's the market on open imbalance. This was pretty funny last night. It was 1,300,000,000 and something millions buy side, and now we're up, down. You know, imagine a billion ES contracts at $12.50 a tick. Wow. And we start thinking we're pretty important, and oh boy, he's sweeping my stops and all this stuff, you know. I mean, come on. Get real, Glockenspiel. It's not, yeah, we like to. Humans basically are the paradigm from which we judge our world, right? So we are the basis. We kind of, in our own little way, imagine that the world evolves around us, or the universe does. And that's normal, I guess. But boy, in trading, it's dangerous. Your stops are sweep because you put them where everybody else does, and traders know where that volume liquidity is laying, and they go get that fuel. That's why. Well, let's have a little look-see around the corner here now. Down and up we go, eh? Where we stop, nobody knows, I guess. So let's look at something besides that. Here we are so far today. Tail and tail. Back up. The current session here. This is a Renko chart in case you're not. You can read, I keep my chart titles open so you can see everything you want to see. If there's an ES, Z contract, 12-tick Renko, day session, you know, there you go. I have got nothing to hide here. And remember, this is my virtual journal. So I'm basically talking to myself because that's the only way I can get what I was thinking into the recording here, into the stream, is by the narration. The video is obviously captured, no problem. So essentially I'm talking to myself. And who would I be trying to bullshit? How crazy is that? Yeah. So let's look at the volume here. What do you guess? I'm guessing high. Oh, come on, wake up. Well, it's dropped a little bit. It was about $1.47 when just around the open. However, we're up to 6 point ATR on a 1 minute candle. So if you're using a 2-lot package, oh, that reminds me, I completely forgot to do that in the pre-market. How stupid was that? let's get back here and get our business done. What am I talking about? Well, if I wanted to trade, I couldn't because I haven't set up the trade system in Bookmap. That's part of the pre-market, and that's what I forgot to do. Busy thinking about something else, I guess. So the way you trade with Bookmap is you click that padlock right there, and that opens the trade control panel. And then you select a way or a method that you will use to interact with the Bookmap application to trade with your mouse. You're going to use the chart, and the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose the DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is obviously both of them. The next thing that I need to do is use, and I use the multi-brackets here, which is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied mechanically. And this is the smallest risk-neutral package because you need to use an even number of contracts. So this package is a 2 lots, and then you determine your stop size for the package. And the first criteria for that, which I mentioned earlier, is your account risk tolerance or parameters, the volatility of the instrument you're that you're trading, the volatility of the current market, all have to be figured in. And you need to think about this and work all of this out before the live market, before trading starts in any day. Otherwise, you're putting yourself on the back foot. I am with this package using a 12-tick stop. That's 3 points on a 2 lot. Once these are decided, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it is for the same number of ticks positively as the package stop is negative, and it's for half of the package. That's why it needs to be an even number. The minute this level is achieved, this target, or T1, is achieved, you are risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do in the trade is scratch. And you cannot imagine what a psychological weight is off your shoulders when that happens. And yeah, it's a training wheels, and yeah, you'll stop doing that later in the trading career, but I'm telling you, it's huge. Next is the runner. Now, obviously, our goal is not to scratch. Our goal is the target. You can do multiple contracts, multiple targets. You could do multiple contracts, greater volatility, however you figure it out. During your homework study, away from the live market. Never change your trade plan or your methodology during the live trading session. That should tell you right there you're not ready to trade because you've not done the proper prep work. You're not ready to trade. When a pilot gets in an airplane and, you don't just start figuring out whether you know how to fly or have your radio working or you have enough oil in the engines after you get off the ground. You know what I mean? It's no different. Or anybody. Multi-brackets is set, close now. You'll notice that up here I have all of the metrics which are reflected here. I also don't need the rest of these tools because I'm using multi-brackets, so I can confirm the package size. I can re-click the green button now. It's green because we've selected a way to interact with the system. It gives me my screen real estate back, and I have all the metrics I need, plus I have cancel and close. Now I can trade. Wouldn't that have been funny? I'm not worried about it because, as I said earlier, I'm focusing on and trading the initial balance trades because that's what I have vetted so far. All right, that doesn't happen until 9:30, so I'm not in a hurry. And if you find yourself in a hurry or not anticipating your trade as it starts to develop, you're, in my opinion, you need to rethink the whole shooting match. This is somebody saying something right here. This is news. And that brings me to another point, which is random risk. And I'm going to have to change this to about 1. And no, that's going to be about 0. 0.50, I'd say. That's random risk. See that? Okay, let's look at the news. Let's jump over here and see who said what. We had Fed Bowman's opening remarks were probably a precipitant here. All right, so let me get something cleared up as far as my narration goes and the stream. I have no political agenda at all, but we are in a very, very dangerous position in terms of risk. And think about how we approach where to go. Think about how we approach the markets. Typically, we have a calendar. We know. Well, unfortunately, our government is on, walkabout. So let's pick one else. Let's pick this one, the interest rate decision, which could be exactly the same as our report yesterday. We knew months in advance when that meeting was coming that was going to be a rate decision, and we knew at what time. It was at 1300 yesterday, and we knew that for months. We as traders know we're going to get the PMI. We know we're going to get Michigan. We know we're going to get the non-farm payroll the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. That is recognized. We know it. We can plan it. We can make a risk management plan or risk mitigation plan for that. The danger that we have today, and it's got nothing to do with politics, unfortunately, it's based around the current administration. It's coming from the current administration. Tell me how in the world you plan for that. That's 227 handles at 10 o'clock in the morning by a tweet. A tweet on social media with no evidence, no facts, no backup, no press conference, a tweet on a social media place. And that tweet, the basis of the tweet was, we're going to put an additional 100% tariff on China, what. Absolutely didn't happen in any way, never was intended to, according to Bassett and these other people who immediately got online and started saying, no, wait, hold it, that's not the case, blah, blah, blah. But still, that happened out of no place. So that is the danger of random risk that we are in now. And I don't know what you want to call it, random critical risk, I don't know. It's got nothing to do with politics, apart from the fact that the random risk is coming from the current administration. Sometimes it's from China, sometimes it's from Russia. But at the bulk of what we are experiencing now, the Rose Garden, April, whatever day that was, with the big, Liberation Day, we're gonna put tariffs on an island full of penguins. It's 3 mile. It's a 3-week boat ride from Australia to Antarctica. I mean, Jesus, you know. So there, you gotta. This is why I say in the pre-market, absolutely focus on risk management, limit the exposure of your account to the market to A+ setups only. Always have bracket orders in your, when you enter, when you engage with the market, definitely use bracket orders, stops, and targets. And if you're trading a live account through a broker, make sure that those bracket orders are server side. And there you go. That's my little spiel about that. And now I got my timestamps all goofed up, so I'm sorry. I'll just make it 00, I guess. Boy, I hope this fella gets that plug-in fixed, because I'm struggling with this. Big time. I use a chapter marker plug-in for OBS, which was real handy. I just had set up a bunch of hotkeys, and I could, key in all this stuff. These chapter markers are really important with this stream because it's 7 hours minimum. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to sit around and review 7 hours every day after I've already put them in. But if I want to know something about what did I do at that, what was I thinking when I put that trade on at blah, blah, blah time, I want to be able to go there and figure that out and understand that. That's why the chapter markers are so important. If you're, some pencil neck that's just internet guruing or rear view mirror trading in an hour and a half or 2 hours a day, well, I guess not such a big deal. But in this case, it's important. And also remember that this is my virtual journal. So this is important to me. I want to go back and be able to expeditiously review what I want to review and not a whole bunch of dead air or, background music or the market ticking up and down. If that's clear. And that brings me to something probably. I don't know. Well, we're at 9:07. Okay. So let's think about. Let me just throw one thing out there at this point. Maybe. Just a disclaimer about Topstep, in case you're not, been a part of the channel for a while and you understand that the channel started originally as I wanted to have a completely transparent, full record of 0 to hero with a Topstep evaluation, XFA, live account. I also had 4 others behind that where I would use the copy trade thing because I thought that was interesting for people to watch and me. And then I got really, really well, I don't know the right word to use here, but August 1st, Topstep decided that they were going to move their focus to Topstep X, only using that data stream, which is from a place called Program X. I have been trading, as I am now, with Rhythmic Data, Bookmap, and IRT. Those 5 accounts were within one profit, one successful trade of being in the XFA. And all of a sudden in August, some of the accounts disappeared. And I went to support and I said, what the hell's going on? Oh, we're sorry. Yes, you've never broken a rule. Your consistency is perfect. You've never reset. You're just methodically taking the accounts up and you're going to go XFA and live account. And we will support you through that with Rhythmic and with what you're trading now, as long as you don't break a rule or need to reset or, something stupid. I said, okay, great. September was fine. first week of October, suddenly all the accounts were gone again. And I got a hold of the same support manager. Well, sorry, but we decided we've broken all ties with Rhythmic and everybody. We're not gonna support you or any of you people that aren't trading with Topstep X. Almost a year's work, never breaking a rule, paying my dues every month, following methodology exactly. Go screw yourself. Really, really disappointing that they completely lost focus with their credibility and their integrity. I'm real surprised. I was really surprised, but that's history. And now I'm only going to do this once a week. And then I'm going to quit in another couple of weeks because I don't want to think about it anymore, but I want to explain what changed. This is a live funded AMP trading, AMP brokerage account. This is the paper trade of Rhythmic because there's been big problems with IRT doing some random behavior. You can watch the stream yesterday and have a look at it. It's pretty crazy. And I think I've got it sorted out. It was adding trades. It wasn't recording trades properly. Bookmap was working fine. All that was working fine to Rhythmic. But IRT was suddenly just throwing trades out there. So obviously that's not good. And that's why I'm proving this with the paper trade. But it is a live account, and that's where we are. Pretty damn disappointing, I gotta say. I thought about suing them. I thought about a lot of things, but I think the best thing to do is just live and learn. Put it behind you and stay as far away from the prop world as. And Topstep was the best, in my opinion. They were what I've been associated and around them since 2015, for Christ's sake, or 14. And I thought that they were the head and shoulders most credible. And somewhere or another that went south. I guess Mike's cost of living in Aspen is, outweighed his integrity. That's all I can say. And I have, of course, the screen snaps and everything to back it all up, and copies of the emails and all that, if anybody cares, which I can't imagine anybody would and shouldn't. But that's why this is now a different system, and no copy trading, no multi-account trading with Bookmap, which did work really well, and and it is a one account funded AMP account. So there you go. Well, we're at 13 past the hour. Let me see. The next order of business would be coming up to the IB stuff, right? So the way I believe you need to approach trading as a business is, I'm gonna wait for 14. This chapter marker thing's driving me crazy. I'm using an older one, and then I try to just follow the times along. Sorry. And welcome to the stream. I guess everything's working. I suppose I should throw a chat in here. Good morning. Sometimes, oh, well, that was pretty quick. Okay, great. Seems like the chat's working all right. And pretty fast, very short delay. So, the way I believe to approach trading is as as a business, a consistently profitable business, not a video game or gambling. Nothing wrong with either of those, but that's not my focus here. And you do that by selecting, and I'll talk about this vetting a trade and all this stuff later because it takes a bit of time, but you identify a setup and the parameters, you capture the data for that, you determine statistically whether you have an expectancy or not, and then you trade that trade exactly in the live market. You do all of that away from the live market, by the way. That's part of your homework. And then you trade that setup during the live market, and every time it presents itself, you take the trade, and you rely on the law of large numbers and your math, which you did in the vetting process, to manifest or compound that expectancy to your bank account. Okay. So the first trades I did are the IB trades, as I mentioned. Now, first of all, there is no such thing as an IB trade or an IB statistic until after 9:30, because there's no IB statistic until after 9:30. And there's an IB 30 thing that Rod cooked up, but we're going to just stick with the old-fashioned version here. What is the IB statistic? Okay. There is greater than a 97.7% probability in all four open types, and today in this open type it happens to be 98.3% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. Here you go. Here's today's open type. 98.3% probability the IB high or low will be exceeded. Greater than 97.9 in all others, in all four of the open types. That's one hell of a statistic, right? That means that 1.7% of there's a 1.7% probability that neither the IB high or low will be taken out at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. This is not a statistic until 9:30. Really important to remember that. And so at 9:30, I'll be watching to see, I will be anticipating, and this is something about approaching statistics. I mean, trading is with probability and statistics. Nothing's a surprise. I'm not going to get, oh, Jesus, look at that. Ooh, I got to get short. Doesn't happen. I'm anticipating the trade to set up. As it starts to unfold, do I get the triggers? If so, I enter the trade. If not, I don't. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry, And it should not be. Now, also, there's a, with the caveat here that this stream is not my way or the highway. That's not the intention or my thinking. If you have some method that provides you consistent profitability trading, and you keep your eyes closed and just click the mouse every time you breathe 3 times, whatever. Good for you. Don't ever change it. This is what I'm doing to develop and refine my trading business. So that's what I'm talking about. And here's the IB high, and here's the IB low, and that's a wide IB. That's 68 to 14. Wow. That's a lot. 40 handles. That's a pretty wide IB. So let's think about the initial balance trades. There are 2 of them. One is essentially a fancy you know, an IB failure, which is a fancy way of saying a mean reversion based on the initial balance level. Mean reversion, outside in. Well, in this case, outside in. The second one is IB continuation, which is, you know, you have to be able to figure that out pretty easy. You come up and take the IB statistic, you fluff around up here a bit, you can't get lower, and you continue on, or vice versa off the bottom. I chose those because there are two trades. One is for a mean reversion, which is a balanced or rotational day, and one is for a continuation or directional day. So I have two opportunities for two different day types. What would you say? And here we have Blue Boy, so we can see our context here. What would you say today's trade is? I'd say it's directional. At this point, anyway. We traded lower, we're up here. What are we doing? Well, we got higher lows and higher highs, I guess. The reason that I think that I'm thinking about that is the IB continuation trade is suggested in a directional market. I just talked about that. I wouldn't necessarily be expecting the IB failure trade because we're not rotational or balanced, really. So there you go. And you see how I'm easily forgetting my old, boy, I was really focused on these because I was, but with Blue Boy on duty, I like that a lot better. And less clutter going on over here in my notes column. So at 9:30, we'll have a statistic. And I will anticipate a trade if it sets up. Let's look at how I'm approaching this. Well, first of all, here is my backtest tab. This is how I do the math away from the market and the study to backtest and verify whether a specific setup or setups has an edge or not. Here's the backtest chart, which is, I've created these lines or levels as custom indicators and these signal markers, and they have nothing to do with the actual trading system. They don't connect at all. However, they very accurately represent the required levels and signals in the trade system. This is for me to visually confirm that this stuff is happening where and when I expect it to. So that's that. I've backtested this system quite a bit now, and I have a reasonable expectation that I know what my stats are, and I have vetted the trade. This is yesterday. It's RTH session only, right? And this is today. Now, in order to make this easier to use and keep away from the backtest tab, I've created a similar chart, which is called the trigger. I call the trigger chart, and it's just a big version of what you saw there, okay? And here is today, and there was yesterday. So now we're gonna wind this out a bit. Come on, baby. Wind it up, baby. Okay. And make them a little bit higher. And the first thing you're gonna wanna probably notice is that there are none of the lines or levels here. This is the Fed story right here. Or no, this is the reaction to the Fed thing. Anyway, these levels are not, what happened to them? Well, it's not 9:30. At 9:30, they will materialize here and start plotting. Also, it's important to recognize that these levels, I have coded these levels into the session price lines here. So at 9:30, these pullback zone and continuation zones will appear over here in Bookmap on either side of the IB high and low. Just all of this is for me to, try to keep, I don't want to miss anything, right? This is part of how I'm approaching trading. So I'll be watching for signals over here. And when a signal presents itself over here, I will manually take that trade without hesitation on Bookmap. And that's a fact, Jack. Okay, so there you go. Now, I have another thing that's pretty important to say at this juncture right here. Do not, the voice of wisdom speaking to you, voice of experience, do not trade toward the statistic. Real easy to do. Oh boy, we're below the POCs, we're below the VWAPs, we're below the mid, we're going to take the IB low and get short. No siree, Bob. You're going to get hammered. Probability percentages is not going to work out well for you, and I have the statistics to prove it. This is a little more, this day wouldn't lend itself to that kind of anticipation or that kind of FOMO, I don't think, because it's a wide IB, right? But if you're close, like say the IB low was right down here, it would be pretty tempting to try to anticipate that and get short. And then all of a sudden the price does this and you get stopped out. Do not trade toward the statistic. Remember, we do not have a statistic until 9:30. And then we don't have a potential trade until the statistic has been taken. And the way the rules work over here are sequential. They don't display sequentially here because I haven't bothered to adjust, to add that bit of code because it's not important to me. I know that I need to have an A, then a B, then a trigger. So, I don't need to spend a lot of time worrying about it. And I did spend a bunch of hours this weekend and it didn't work out right, so I'm not going to bother anymore. I realized that I was down one of my familiar rabbit holes, which I do easily. And it's just a waste of time and eye power and everything else. Now, I've got some things set up here that are kind of goofy just to make sure that that I have completely separated IRT's ability to send trades, but I want to be able to have it use the trade markers, which are just reference lines for working order, filled order, that kind of thing. Okay. And here we are. We're in Dojiville down here now. Doji country. With the high just touching the micro composite VPOC for the day, which is right there. Volume point of control, which was also from yesterday. Let's check that out. Yeah. So what I'm talking about over here is this. Naked volume point, the naked volume point of control from the 27th and the MCVPOC from the 29th. Is that true now? Let's check. 29, 26, 27. Yeah, okay. This is my workflow for values and levels that have been revisited is to just change the text to black, and then after the market or on the weekend or whenever I happen to remember, take them off the chart. Again, we've done the same thing down here. This should have been the 29th or 28th. Anyway, so what? You know what I'm talking about. And it's been revisited. The important part is they've been revisited. So I'm going to change those to black. And there we go. Let's look back over here and turn on the naked volume points of control and see what we've got. Okay, we've got one at 6905, and that was from, I see the point. I see the problem right there. That's from today so far. And the current naked volume point of control above us is at 69.39 and that was from the 29th. Okay. Sometimes that gets out of whack and I don't pay attention, or I don't notice. This guess is it. So what's happening? Ooh, sleep at the wheel. It's 9:30. Has happened. So the IB high will no longer move up. The low will no longer move down. The IB statistic is in play. Now, do not trade to the statistic. Words of wisdom. And I will wait and anticipate if we're going to have this IB high or IB low statistic taken. And in the meantime, Blue Boy's going to get back over here. So I have a very definite understanding of the context. The thinking being, I don't want to trade counter trend or counter context. And I'm thinking that to a point that I may add another rule in the trade system to ensure that I don't do that. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but, you know, that will be something I anticipate during the study period in my off hours. Yeah. Okay. Where are we? Who's on third? I don't know. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? Where, you know, what time zone are you in? What are you trading? Does this make sense? Is this goofy? Whatever. It is a consistent process. That is for sure. Wow, look at this. Something's wrong. Okay, I got it. There we go. These big ranges are hard to keep in view here. We are doing okay with the trading thing, the list. Portfolio should be, you know, obviously naked, and it is. Okay, there's the overnight volume point of control. Notice how that just moved down? That's because we just got to 69.01. The second one of these levels is 69.02. That'll move again. And pretty quick. We're at 55.48. Pretty quick. If we trade up in here and this gets to 55.49, that's going to move there. The POC will migrate lower. You can sound like a real wizard to people that don't understand this stuff if you want to. You can bullshit them all day long. Oh, come on, man. Why is that doing that? Huh. Well, the hell with it. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. Ooh, are we going to go up? Are we going to get the top one? And let me just point something out else that's very important and is a statistical fact. It's a 90, what did I say it was? What is it? I forget the statistic, 98.2 or 3% probability. Come on. 98, okay, remember, this is the 98.3% probability that we will take the IB high or low at some point in the rest of today, before 1500. Okay? That's not 100%. That means that there is a probability that we may not take either one. And guess what? About a month ago now, on a Friday, that happened. We did not take either the IB high or the IB low. It wasn't quite as 1.7, but it was in the two. It was like 2.1 or 2% probability that we would not that we didn't touch either, and we didn't, because it's probabilities. It's statistics. And these statistics could very well change if you have a greater look back period than 2,000 days. Remember, my study looks back 2,000 trading days. The thing that's important to remember, I believe, is that you look at as much data as you possibly can to get outside the possibility of random distribution. Especially when you're talking about signals and triggers. Now, what do I mean by random distribution? I'm sure you know, but in case, notice that the lines have started plotting. What happened? Oh, it's 9:30. There we go. Now we can start looking for levels. Ooh, I don't want to do that. A little bit big there. Come on. Come on. Come on, IRT. God damn. This computer, I don't know what to think about it. Anyway, and you notice that the continuation and pullback zones are plotting, and guess what? There they are. Continuation zone, pullback zone, continuation zone, pullback zone. Okay. Where am I? Who's on third? I don't know. Going on. Oh, I see Blue Boy snuck off over here. Come on, you little devil, you. There we go. Sneaking out behind the barn, this guy. If any part of this methodology seems stupid or crazy or unclear, drop something in the chat. First of all, it's, trading's a lonely business. It's good to have somebody interact with. And let me know. I mean, I'm really open to dialogue. As I said earlier, this is not my way or the highway, and I'm continually open to improvement. And if somebody has a valid idea, I'm all for it. All for it. If you want to, and if you want to just text me the Holy Grail, then you can do that with I don't know, something private, I guess, if you don't want to share that with the world. Or as Tom says, call me. Well, now you're going to notice something on the trigger chart over here. Remember I said I haven't bothered to code the signal markers sequentially. So if this price gets into this pullback zone up here, or trigger zone or continuation zone, we'll start getting those specific triggers, B or the trigger arrows, firing. But they are meaningless until we have the sequence A, and I've made them real simple: A, B, and trigger. So even I can remember that. Okay, and I'm real excited to see what happens. I hope this gets going quick and I can start hitting some trades, because I want to be sure everything's working right with, I'm obviously, my goal is to not stand here trading a damn paper account. This is my business that I support myself and my family with. And you might be able to imagine the disappointment and the disgust with Topstep. Wow. I never thought that would happen. I actually talked about this once before when they first did that. And I said, and as expected, they, stuck to their word and are supporting me and blah, blah, blah. And boy, did I get bent over before the donkey on that one. Should have known, I guess. Here we go. Look at here. Don't trade to the statistic, boys and girls. Are we going to take this IB high? It sure looks like it, doesn't it? Look at us go. What happened? Who said what? Who said what? Somebody. So, okay. These are the pullback zones, and these are the continuation zone, and there's the IB, in case you didn't get that. In case you didn't get the memo. And here we are on the trigger chart. and we don't have any triggers. We don't have any signals yet. The lines are plotting, the levels are plotting, and I want to go over this frequently because I don't want anybody to misunderstand. These levels are simply visual representations of the levels and the rules in my trading system so that I can visually confirm this stuff is happening where and when I expect it to. But this does not trade automatically at all. This is not backtesting or trading or forward testing. What I am doing at this point is manually verify the signal and manually put the trade on Bookmap. And that seems to be a good idea to me. And that's what I'm doing. Which brings me to the checklist. We're on both. 2 lots. Got everybody over here. There we go. Cancel and close. I don't need to have the trade control panel open, but I can confirm that it is active because this padlock is unlocked and it's green. And I want to be sure, and I forgot to mention this probably, but you can also trade with your keyboard on Bookmap, no problem. You just need to set up your hotkeys and enable the keyboard. The one caveat is you need to have the focus of the computer on the application. Obviously, that's integral with trading with your mouse. But if I'm looking at something on the trigger chart and I happen to notice a setup over here on Bookmap and I wanted to keyboard into it, it isn't going to happen. I also am converting or have converted to trading with the mouse on Bookmap because I believe it's, in this column, I believe it's more accurate and faster. And can trade with the dome, of course, but then, I've got to rely on the little brown line and my focus goes away from where the price action is because typically I'm focused right here on the hard right edge. So if I'm trading right in here, I just have to remember which mouse button I'm clicking and where. And I will also, be sure you're aware that if you have this trade control panel active with the active data column here, you see how the mouse turns to a $sign? That means that this column is active for trading. If I accidentally click somewhere, there's an order or a trade, whether I meant to be or not. If you try to move a target and you get on the wrong side of the of this line right here, this little line, you are going to regret that. And in case you might, determine from my sarcasm that I've done that way more than once, just like do not trade to the statistic. Look at this. Well, we're going to take the IB high. We're above. Look at there. You got long looking for up here, 1.5, 2 points away, and you got spanked without question. Do not trade to the statistic. Wait, be patient, stock. This is not hurry, scurry, and blurry or an adrenaline match. Don't be clicking the mouse like you're killing snakes, you can do all that stuff, and if it's profitable for you, let me know how. I'd love to. I stand here days at a time without making a trade because I don't have a proper signal. That's boring to tears. It sure as hell makes for boring TV or boring YouTube stream, I'm sure, for other people. But it is trading as a business, a disciplined business. And I unfortunately don't have a problem with discipline. Would I like a signal now? You betcha. Would I like $1 million? Yeah. And then I would be, southbound or down. Yep. Aren't you glad you got long and anticipating that IBI? It's not funny because, that's part of the discipline. You need to have your rules figured out, have your trade identified, and it's not the trade that's the setup is easy to identify. It's the IB trade, right? It is the qualifying parameters that validate the entry that you need to determine, and then stick to them. If you have the setup and then the parameters, you take the trade. If you don't, you don't. The theory behind it is based on the law of large numbers. And I'll get into that later, but just quickly, if you listen to or read any successful traders' thoughts or methodology, most successful Soros, Druckenmiller, Jim Simmons, Peter Thiel, or whatever his name is, Tudor Jones, Dalio, Paul, Tom Sosnoff, any of them. This new Lance Breitstein guy who's a confirmed 10-figure trader or some damn thing, millions of dollars. It's probabilities and statistics, man. That's where it's at. And that's, the point of me saying that is not something it's not some epiphany I had. It's where it's at. And from the top to the bottom, down to Tom the trader, the guy that wrote Best Loser Wins, and Tom B in the Traders Lab, and Rod and Lefty and Garrett and everybody. Down to us, everybody here and that I trade with. It's a business of statistics and probabilities and the law of large numbers. And that's it. Or that is a version of it, or a version of the truth. And I'm sure there's people who, are successful for a period of time, trading on a hunch and clicking the mouse like they're killing snakes. The key is prolonged, consistent profitability and, longevity. random distribution will kill you. And what is that? Well, if you flip, everybody knows that the outcome, that a coin is 50-50, isn't it? So if anyone, I think, flips a coin 10 times, nobody's going to be surprised that they have more heads than tails or tails than heads. Nobody's going to be surprised about that. That's random distribution. You flip that coin 1,000 times, 10,000 times, going to be pretty damn close to 50-50. If there's a skew there, you're going to wonder why. Well, you should. And that's the difference. That's why you want to have a large enough sample size and sample set in your vetting process to get outside of random distribution. Looky here, boys and girls. Oh, nothing. And where are we? Well, we're smack in the middle, aren't we? I don't have all of those things on here. I have the POC, the developing POC, and the IBs, because I don't want to clutter this up. One thing else is probably worth mentioning. I try to keep the color coding on my charts and bookmap consistent, The IBs are green, the color coding of the pullback and continuation zones are the same. The developing VPOC is the yellow brick road, and all of that is happening over here exactly the same way. The VWAPs and all that stuff. Just as an aside. So now what? Well, we're approaching an hour and a half in. No, we're approaching 2 hours in. I'm sorry. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. My wife is killing me. I know she's got some great smelling food out there, naan bread and homemade. I might have to slide out there and grab something to chew on. Go foraging for food here. Good morning. Slap a thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat. Let me know who you are. Are you live? Where are you? Where are you? It'd be real interesting to me. I lived around the world a lot, and I bet you I've probably lived close to wherever you are. At some point in my life, if you live long enough, you end up with a lot of stories and a lot of experiences. I've been fortunate with that in that regard. Yeah, so this is the we're in the hold here for the initial balance. Blue boy has slid off the screen once again. This top secret indicator here is a real expensive deal. It is a vertical line. And I slap that on the first print of every session so that it's as a visual cue that I have the entire session in view here on my chart, because I think that's important from a context point of view. And here's the trigger chart, which is a derivative of my backtesting efforts. This, once again, is these are custom indicators and signal markers, which I've coded onto this chart and the backtest chart, simply to verify myself, to visually verify that things are happening where and when I expect them to. This is not trading automatically in any way. It's not connected to these back to the trading system rules. These are the signal markers, by the way. And you'll notice on the trigger chart and on the backtest chart, I have not bothered to set them up to fire as they are required in the actual system, which is A, B, trigger. And if there's an A and if there's a B, there isn't another one. After A, B, trigger in the trade, there would not be another signal until the trade was flat. But I'm not going to bother doing that because this is for me to look at. This is for me to visually verify, and I know that. So there you go. And this is just a bigger version of that other chart without the rules and stuff in the way. And I know that I need to have an A, and then I need to have a B, and then I need to have a trigger chart, depending on whichever way it's going to go, if it goes. And we may not have an IB statistic, which is the first requirement. Therefore, I don't have a trade, and I'll stand here all day until the market closes or I have a signal. And if I do have a trade trigger, I will enter that trade manually in Bookmap. Boop. Simple. And now I can't stand it. I got to go figure out what she's cooked over there. It's killing me. All right, are we rich yet? No. Okay, well, just checking. Good morning. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe. That's basically all I'm in it for. I'm not monetized in any way with the stream, so, you know, all the expense and time and whatnot is on me because it is my virtual journal. So likes and subs are great, and throw something in the chat and, you know, interact a little bit. That's good too. Let's see here. I don't think I musiced up, did I? Guess we could do that. Dia de Muertos. Who the hell wants that? Excuse me. Okay. That should be musicking along now. I can't hear the music. It's it's quiet here in my office. If I want to listen to the stream or the music, I've got to put on a headset. No problem, just a fact. Once again, don't trade for the statistic. Words of wisdom. Here's the trigger chart. I've explained that enough, I think, I hope. And a P-shaped, if you're a market profiler, you're aware that a P-shaped profile is short covering. Makes kind of sense down here, but I don't know how the hell you're short covering at the top of the market up here yesterday. That's kind of short from where? I guess just irrational exuberance from all of the gap ups. It beats me. I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know. One thing I do know, I am stocking the IB, one of the two initial balance trades, and neither one of them we have not even achieved the first rule or the first setup, let alone the parameters. So Blue Boy is lurking over here. He's hiding. And what's happening, you know? My recommendation is absolutely don't trade to the statistic. We have not taken the statistic yet. How many times did you try that and get spanked? Right? Or myself. That's why I say that. I can say that with conviction. Look at this thing. Look at this noise. Manage that risk. 66 to 63. There's a stop. Manage the risk. There's a stop for my risk neutral 2-lot trading package. Let me put it down. And it seems like we're chugging along here. If you approach trading as a statistical business, there's no surprises. I'm anticipating, I don't have a setup yet, but I'm anticipating and I'm ready. I've confirmed that my setup and my proper package are ready to roll. My multi-brackets is correct. I'm watching the trigger chart for the sequential set of rules to fire. At which point, if that happens, I will just automatically enter the trade per the rules. I am making every attempt to eat my own dog food. Just, pretty important, I think. Okay. I'm also gonna eat my breakfast. Besides my dog food. So where in the hell are we now? Well, we are still, this is the trigger chart for confirmation of my rules. IRT. We are confirmed. Have some volume going on here today. Now remember, the last time we took a look over here, we were at a 4 points on the ATR, average true range, for a 1 minute. And volume's holding about $1.23. Percent volume over average at this time of day. And NASDAQ and micro composites. Insanity. Is this an island top? Are we going to fall out of bed and hurt our head? Look at this. Wow. We typically have about 1.2 million contracts traded volume at the end of the day, at the end of the RTH session. We're at 851,000 so far. That's a lot. Kind of surprising. But don't forget that we are also, there's no more, except for the possibility of random critical risk that we have no idea about. Nothing we can do except minimize our risk exposure to the market. Big earnings. We are in the biggest earnings week of this earnings season. I think 6 of the Mag 7 report this week. Yesterday was Microsoft, I think, and the Alphabets and Meta. And today is Apple and Amazon and who knows who. Well, we can see who. Enforcement actions with former employees of First Horizon Bank. Ooh. I don't know what an enforcement action is to an employee of First Horizon, but that doesn't sound like a good thing. I don't think I'd want to have them do that to me. This pencil neck better get to doing his job as far as I'm concerned, or they need to jerk him out of there. Refusing to swear elected officials in. Jesus, who's this guy? Here we go. Okay, market's gonna tear up. Watch this. Watch the bump. Random risk at its finest. Alive and direct. What was I looking to do? Oh, yes. Here is earnings for the day. Look at that list. And tomorrow we can get into the energies. But hell of a big list, right? And yesterday was Microsoft and the Googles and Meta and Cat and whoever else. So it's earnings today. The report calendar? Oops. Nobody home. Yeah. Because of this government crap. The closure. I guess it's not considered crap, but you know, childish behavior in my opinion. So, okay, here we are. We're back. We're still fluffing around in our range. We don't have any triggers yet. Just to reiterate, the probability of the IB statistic being achieved in this open type is 98.3%. Looking back over a 2,000 trading day market set or data set. What does that mean? Well, that's a pretty high probability, and the problem is it's not 100%. Remember that there is a 2.7% probability that we will not achieve the IB high or the IB low. And that happened as recently as about a month ago on a Friday. I gotta go back and look that up. I always say this and then I always forget. But it's a fact. It's a probability. It's statistics. Unless it's 100%, it isn't. You know, it's like in some of the other, in static, for example. Well, it's mean. You know, mean reversion works till it doesn't. And that's the way trading is. You got to look at it that way. And don't trade to the statistic. I mean, you tried it here and got spanked, and here and got spanked, and here and got spanked, and here. What'll happen? Assuming you're using a 2-lot risk neutral package as I am, with a 3-point stop. And in this, random risk potential environment, absolutely minimize your exposure, exposing your account to market risk as much as you possibly can. Only take A+ setups that you've previously vetted, as I'm doing right now, right, live and direct, and absolutely use bracket orders. And if you're trading a brokerage account, make sure those bracket orders are on server side. Oh, looky there. How in the hell, wow. That's what I mean about manage your risk, okay? That right there is a stop. Not a pretty picture. And in this environment with, the random risk band on the move in Asia, going from one country to the next, and no reports or numbers out of any consequence after yesterday, except in earnings, of course, is only, before or after the market, so that's not going to happen during the day. Random risk is the big worry for me. And to reiterate here, it's this conversation about random risk is a reality and it's a fact. You know, and if you're one of the folks that wear that red MAGA hat, don't get all butthurt. It's got nothing to do with politics. It is a fact, and I hope you can recognize that. Hope everybody can. Let me ask you. We know that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we can expect non-farm payroll. That's scheduled months in advance. Yesterday's Fed rate decision was scheduled months in advance, years, I think. This happened at a no place on a social media post at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's random risk. It happens to be based on the current administration because that's who's doing it. It can be the war, it could be anything else, but at the moment, the most prevalent source of the random risk is the environment, is the administration. So, you know, that's a fact. Not political. It's a fact. And what else we got? They're building that P-shaped profile here, short covering. Or if you want to think about it as repairing the profile here, doesn't seem like much of a repair. Did clean up a bunch of these singles, but we have a string of singles or a sell and tell down here at the bottom. Come back to the trigger chart. There we go. Morning, Richard. Well, afternoon, I should say. Just watching here. Haven't got a trigger or a signal. We had some random risk news hit us a little bit ago, and essentially just kind of in the hole there. Well, not essentially, but absolutely. Just standing by for those those IB trades to materialize, or not. Hopefully, the Agent Orange won't go off the rails. It's getting to be evening over there, so that's kind of good. Some pretty funny videos, snippets of newsreels out from yesterday. And of course, the usual flurry of insults from the random risk band over here about any and everybody. What, buddy? Yeah, well, trading. The joy, the magic of trading. And I suppose there's, people taking trades right, left, and I love logging on at about 6 when I usually come back into the office here and post the reports into the TLab. And old Furs is he's had 15 trades by 6 in the morning. Must be doing okay. Man, good for him. Always seemed like a nice guy. Or person, I guess it's a guy. Yeah, it's and I would suppose it's very possible that I'm way too rigid in I've taken this much to heart as far as the vetting process and sticking to the specific rules of the vetted trades without discretion. I don't know if you were around. I had a couple of goofy experiences with IRT yesterday and Friday. It was just taking trades on its own, contrary to what I entered a long in Bookmap, signaled long, and it entered two lots short. Then when I got the risk neutral scale T1, that it recorded another short, so I was suddenly three lots short. Then when it took the target, obviously 4 lots short, so there I stood, when in fact it was none of that was the case. I think I don't know why IRT was doing that, but I think I have determined how to prevent IRT from taking any trades, which is the point. So we'll see how that works out. Yesterday I got mad when I saw that, and I just started throwing trades on to see what the hell happened. So it's pretty crazy. Let me see if I can. Hey, bud, what's up? Okay. Oh, another shining example of don't trade to the statistic. Remember, the statistic is 98.3% probability that we will take the IB high or the IB low in this open time, looking back over 2,000 trading days in my study. That doesn't mean 100%. We could take neither. And we did that exact thing about a month ago. So, unless it's 100%, it's not a slam dunk. Hey, bud. Ooh, look, he's gonna come over here and give me some trade advice, I guess. The trigger chart, in case you've just got quite a few people flowing in and out of here today, it seems like, so I sort of feel obligated to be sure and point out that this is simply all of the trading rules, these custom indicators and the signals I've coded to the, or built for this particular chart do not automatically trade in any way or connect to the trading system, but they do absolutely reflect the exact levels and stuff and rules, so that I can visually confirm during the live trading session that these things are happening when and where I expect them to. What I do now, when I have a trade signal, when I have a trade trigger, which would require an A signal, a B signal, and then the trigger, I take the trade without even thinking about it in Bookmap. But they don't, it's not automatic. Hey, buddy. I want to point that out. Well, you want to bet somebody said something right there? I'm so tired of looking at that, I can't even see. Okay, where are we now? We are exactly in the middle. This is the RTH mid. 100% perfectly midway between the IB high and the IB low. Why? Because they represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. And we have not achieved either one yet. Therefore, this mid represents the midpoint between the two IBs. Nothing is complicated or mysterious or magical. Data points, price data points, and probabilities based on statistics. It makes sense to me. You know, if it doesn't make sense on your world, well, okie dokie. This is my virtual trading journal. I capture everything that I'm watching on the screens in the video, and my voiceover here, or my narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time and through the day. That completes the stream. The input and my interpretation or reaction to it. And it's my virtual trading journal. So it's for, I'm not funded, or I'm not trying to be an internet guru or a influencer or whatever. I mean, if Google wants to pay me $10,000 a minute, I'd be tickled to take that. But it's not the point. And I don't trade in the rearview mirror. I trade live and direct and call them out as I see them and go. I don't, like I said, I don't trade in the rearview mirror. Real easy to do, but in that, alternate, in that alternate universe where internet guru guys live, or people, or whatever they are, traders. So there you go. The signals go on. Of course, there are no signals. And let me point out again that these continuation zones and pullback zones, and of course the IB, I have configured to be visible and push over here, the continuation zones and the pullback zones, and of course the IB, both the high and the low. So I can I can keep grounded and hopefully, hopefully be on top of it. I think so. Meanwhile, I'll mute off now and then to finish my snacks here from the boss. Now this is trading, really. it's not an adrenaline-filled, adrenaline-packed, fun-filled shoot-'em-up game. From my perspective, as I understand it, as I believe it is, if you want to take all of the professional traders at their word, which I do. And I don't believe in doing this. I'm limited in the fact that I have only vetted so far the IB trades. So I don't have a VPOC migration. I don't have a mid flip. I don't have those things that I have already defined and statistically verified to have an expectancy. Others do. I have done the IB, and I'm working onto the next one. And if you have any suggestions for the next setup to vet, drop it into the chat. I'm all ears, or eyes, or something. But that's where I'm going next. I'm never going to have a lot of them because I don't believe that's the way to approach it. And I'm trying to do so in a way with specific enough rules that pretty much leaves out discretion. For me. The last 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, I had no signals. I didn't take any trades. Friday was a goat rope with the problems on IRT. So Monday and Tuesday, I was very keen to see what would happen. Fortunately, yesterday, did have a signal, took them, and got a scale on the long, and then a scratch. The next trade signal was a short, and IRT started acting up again, throwing trades out by itself. So that was not pleasant. Now let's see what happens today. I think I have gotten to the bottom of it at night, away from the live session, to restrict IRT from trading at all, which is what I want to. I don't want it to trade. I want it to just plot what's going on, right? Ironically, for years, I've traded, like I said, the Topstep story and all of that. No problem at all. So I'm a little bit puzzled as to why. I have one thought in mind. This is the paper trade rhythmic provided by AMP. I still have a subscription to Bookmap rhythmic data. So if I get a signal and take it today and everything works okay with IRT, I will let well enough be alone. If it gets upside down once again, then tonight I will change the rhythmic feed from the AMP rhythmic feed to the Bookmap provided rhythmic feed and see if there's a difference tomorrow. I can't believe in a million years how or why that would happen, but I'm running out of ideas there, And if you want to be surprised, take along, achieve a T1, so you're risk neutral, end up at a scratch and look over at the portfolio and see that you're short 5 or 4 or something. That's not pleasant. It was, of course, paper trading because I have sense enough long ago to not embark on a new broker and a new everything else, data feed wise, without testing it out, in the paper trade thing. I mean, imagine how I'd feel if I had blown up my account yesterday. And by the way, with it being a live account from AMP, there was a minimum intraday margin requirement of 25% of maintenance until after the Fed announcement was over, from 1700 the night before all the way through the overnight and the RTH session up till about 13:15 or 13:30 yesterday. It was 25% margin requirement. That's $5,600 instead of $400 margin. So if you didn't have that much in the account, you didn't know that requirement was on, IRT is throwing trades off by itself. You could be liquidated, your account wiped out, and get a margin call. It's not a game. Now, if you're doing the Topstep thing, which is really a game, I think Topstep. The reason I was so adamant about Topstep X, first of all, I have Bookmap and IRT. Been using them for years, and that's what I'm going to do. On top of which, that Topstep X is one of the more immature, undeveloped platforms floating around out there. Until just recently, I don't know, maybe a month ago, they didn't even have OCO or bracket orders. How they can say they're providing all the professional tools for people, and I think they're providing professional tools for themselves to continue making more money. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to, if you're trading with them and you like it, great, good for you. But boy, in my reasonable opinion, they completely screwed me over. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. This business needs to be approached as a very serious business. And you better know the ins and outs. Do you know what if you're in a brokerage account, do you know what the circuit breakers are at the CME? Do you know what your broker's additional requirements around the circuit breakers are?
Mucha suerte con todo sin bote, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la. Ese tema que me sigues, no me sigue, maná. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye, cabrón, pa' ser blanc, que prefiero olvidarlo. Tu maldición, baby, me liberé. eso que tenía sobre mí.
Well, geez, it's 11 already, huh? 11 horas. Was that 11, I think, in French? Trading. The joy of trading. Who the hell am I? Let's see something here. Maybe. Well, humph. What, baby? Well, I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about trading as a statistical business and not a video game or gambling. So, the first thing that you have to come to peace with is that this is a random environment. Trading is a random environment. There are millions, literally millions of traders inputting, expressing their opinion continually throughout the day. It's impossible to predict where that's going. I mean, with any certainty. It's a fool's game as near as I can tell. And the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Whether you want to believe that or not, it's the truth. This is a binary event. It's like flipping a coin. Also, then, another fact is a statement that you hear a lot and probably may not attribute to statistics, but to some lawyer, speak or whatever. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That is a statistical fact. Whatever happened prior to the next move of this little line has nothing to do with the next move. So that is something you have to understand. So then, in that case, then what the hell do you do? How do you approach this as a business? Well, as I've referred to a lot here this morning, you identify a setup that repeats itself frequently and that you can identify easily, and I've chosen the IB trades. You establish the criteria that validate an entry for that trade. This is what I've landed on so far for the IB trades, or these reference lines and zones. And then you capture as large a data set as you can for that setup and those exact criteria, and establish mathematically if that has a positive expectancy or not. If it does, then your objective as a trader is to take every one of those setups and criteria that you can in the live market. And you rely on the law of large numbers to compound that expectancy edge to your bank account. Simple as that. And that's not anything that I've, just been blessed with that knowledge. That is just learning from the most experienced, successful hedge fund managers and traders in the world. Soros, Druckenmiller, Peter Thiel, Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, on and on and on. Mark Douglas. Virtually any professional trader that is successful. This new kid, Lance Brightstein, who I'd never listened to before. I listened to one of his things last night. Sure as hell. They all realize that it is a random environment and that you need to put probabilities on your side. That's the definition of edge. Also, it is the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They play no game on the casino floor, which they haven't pre-identified an expectancy or an edge, and the specific rules. Then when they roll it out on the floor, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours, because they realize that their account and their profitability is dependent on the law of large numbers, meaning the law of large numbers, the most occurrences of that setup. They know they're going to have gamblers win. We know we're going to take stops. gambler wins. The pit boss doesn't run over and shoot the dealer, change all the rules. They just go, hey, Screedle, good, congratulations. Get us a big spender, get him a drink, and then they play the next hand. Simple. Because they know that over the large number, they will have a positive edge. Expectancy will multiply. There you go. They will compound that expectancy. And, you know, you can argue with that idea or not if you want. That's up to you. But how many casinos have you seen go broke? I can only think of one of them. And I don't think that was probably the result of the casino or the management, but you know, there you are. And that's what I'm doing here. I've identified the IB trades. I've vetted the IB trades with backtesting away from the live market. I have established criteria and, you know, specific statistics for an edge and for expectancy, and that's what I'm doing. I believe that's the way to go. And that's, I mean, and remember, this is my journal, and so that is the way I'm going. Now, if you look at this from the backtest tab, these are the rules. This is just the confirmation chart again. Here is just a quick example of a little tool I put together. The last backtest I looked at last night was 100 days. Out of 100 days, this rule set, it was 158 trades, 60 wins. Average winner was 647, 37 losses. Average loser was 292, means 61 scratches. 57.28% win rate, 42.72% loss rate. Expectancy is $246, and a profit factor of 1.62, and a risk neutral or risk to reward ratio of 2.21. Based on the package size of 2 lots, this is a risk neutral 2 lot, just like I set it up here for trading every morning. There's 316 positions, 121 times we achieved T1 for 38.9%. 60 times we achieved T2. I achieved T2. 135 full stops for 42%. But because of the risk reward ratio, the R factor, is profitable. This bullshit of the internet people with a win rate is meaningless without the other parameters that validate an expectancy. Win rate is a function, is one input to the formula for expectancy, but of and by itself, it's useless without the R factor or the risk reward ratio. So, you know, there you go. One other thing that's important to think about, I think, that I'm going to point out now, somewhere around here. Where'd it go? Sorry about that. I just need to get all this organized here. The timestamp story, I already explained that, but you got it. Something that you also need to be really aware of is that, I don't know, how you were raised or whatever, I have no idea, but I was, raised on a ranch in Montana where we worked pretty hard. From can to can't, basically, and work ethic was a big deal, and you grew up expecting to have the reward commensurate with the amount of effort you put in. Trading is absolutely not that way. That is not the case. You know, and that's the problem with a lot of traders, I believe. They figure they've got to keep trading. They got to be in the market. They've got to be trading. Absolutely not. You have to identify what turns out to be an A+ setup and only take them. Maximizing, I mean, it's the old saying, let your winners run and cut your losers short. But and that's a truism. But a better way to say that is maximize your winning potential or your risk reward, and keep your risk short or equal or managed. Very, very important. Very important. Counter to the way we were brought up, you know, it's kind of like another function of the monkey mind, I guess. And here we are, just, you know, spinning our wheels. 3 hours and 10 minutes, 11 minutes in. And we are just flopping around in the middle like a fish on the dock, eh? Which is perfectly fine. Nobody said trading was a big adrenaline rush, or, you know, if it is, in my opinion, if your trading is an adrenaline rush, you better step back and reassess your trading. I would very definitely do so. If it were me.
Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão. Hoy pienso en qué pasó.
Now it's this is trading, right? I haven't had a signal, and therefore I have not taken any trades. Now I am going to say this here and now. I'll continue to maintain this exact mentality and mindset today. But I very definitely, if tomorrow I don't get signals and trade, I will start just taking random trades, because I want to make damn sure that the story with IRT and let's do some more, let's add a few shorts is repaired, is, you know, eliminated. And I don't want to go into the weekend wondering that. And also, I need to be trading live. I went away from this, you know, paper trading thing, and the point of this game is to be trading live and to make money. So I will be patient and prudent and follow my rules today, and hopefully we'll get a trade. But if not, and tomorrow starts out with nothing for the first couple hours, or, you know, up until about an hour or something, I'll definitely start throwing trades on. at least one, just to see. Remember, it's a paper trade, paper account. Yeah, I'll be paper trading to make sure this is tested. But I just want to put that up front. Now, and I was actually thinking about doing that today so that I would have tonight to fire off some support tickets and tomorrow to get hopefully some feedback in case something happened and I needed that for my RT. And I don't think Bill, when Chad was there, it was a different story, but I don't think Bill is that engaged anymore. I heard he gave it to his daughter, but I don't know that. And the guy who's doing kind of the support stuff, as I know of it, is Eddie, who's in Europe, I think, and maybe, I don't have much experience with him, a little bit, as far as what does he answer on the weekends and stuff, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not saying that he should or that he needs to. I'm just saying I don't know. So I may make a decision this afternoon if I don't have any signals yet to go, okay, we're going to go blah, blah, blah and throw a trade on and see what the hell happens. Now it would be a short, because yesterday there wasn't a problem. I don't have to think about it or remember it. Look back at the screen snaps. The first trade seemed to go off okay. At least with the entry and the risk neutral scale. Then I believe when it came back to the stop, which ended up, booking the scratch, that it went crazy. And I know definitely the next trade, which was a short, was upside down. Ended up short 5 or something ridiculous like it. Boy, I tell you, mighty good stuff that woman whips up. A great partner. Boy, I don't know how I got so lucky, but praise God and pass the ammunition. I did. Now, what we're having here is an expanded version of retail soup, right? I mean, they're just chopping the hell out of it, just rotating back and forth, trading it up, trading it down. I refer to that as retail soup because most of the time, that's what happens. They cannot restrain from clicking the mouse, and now, if you're picking the tops and mean reverting, good for you. That would have worked once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. All right? There you go. And I'm sure somebody somewhere, TLab or someplace, is probably doing that. Is that an actual vetted trade? My position is, when these guys start going off about, I'm only taking structured trades or vetted setups and stuff. Okay, may I see the data? How long? How many? What was the size of your data set? How many days or how many trades does that vetting process cover? I've asked that question a lot of different ways in a couple of places. TLab being one of them, actually. Nobody's ever been able to answer me. Nobody's ever been able to say, oh, I did. Like, for example, that little thing I just showed you. Here's my stats. Boop. And that doesn't mean that there's not 1,000 people, or well, not 1,000 people in there, but a handful of people or 50 people or whatever that haven't done it, and that have done it. And nobody ever speaks up. Now in Static, we share the journal and with the statistics, and frequently Rod will share that stuff. But I've never seen anybody anywhere else other than what I do here. And I'm not saying I'm wonderful or that I'm wrong. I'm just saying be skeptical. No matter who it is. Me. Be skeptical of me. This is my journal. When I put up make some comment about win rate, expectancy, whatever, want to see the data. Where is it? I'll show it to you. I'll go through the backtesting later today and demonstrate the entire process, and the numbers are right there in front of your face. Can't miss them. But, even Tom, actually, I've never seen Tom validate anything that he says. I believe him. I believe he doesn't care whether he validates stuff for people or not, but I've never seen him. He always talks about a vetted trade, a vetted setup. I've never seen any indication or how that was done. How many, over what sample set? I'm not wagging my finger to anybody. I'm just saying, verify everything for yourself. And I try to describe and illustrate and demonstrate how I'm going about it with the IRT tool, and you can do the same thing yourself, for yourself. Given this a little more thought now about the taking trades, whether I have a signal or not, I believe that I will do so today for the reasons that I was just discussing. My original idea was to wait until tomorrow, and if I did not have any signal trades today or tomorrow, by noon, say, or something, to just start throwing on some trades to see what the hell happens. I would need a short. I would prefer to have in this sequence, I'd like to have a long and short example of a full stop, a scratch, and a full profit. So that would mean if I hit every one of them spot on, that would mean 6 trades, because there would be short and there would be long. Well, probably not going to have that happen in a couple hours on Friday afternoon. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's important to probably find out if there's a drama so that I can fire off a support ticket and hopefully get some resolution out of Linsoft because I plan to be live next week, not paper trading. So. There you have it. No, what do you guys think? Does that logic make sense? Ugh. Man, oh man. Music stories. Well, it's 11:30. We may be hot on the trail of another I don't know what the hell you call it, inside day or neutral day, or I don't remember the old market profile stuff. That's been 10 years ago. All the little nuances that I don't use every day. There's a bunch of handful of day types to do with what the market does. I don't know what you call it when you don't get either one of the initial balances. I'm going to call it inside day. There you go. Poof. I mean, an inside day, typically, most people is inside the range, right? Inside the previous range. I guess I could go way out on a limb and Google it. Let's see what's happening now. Okay. China to remove unwarranted tariffs on most U.S. agriculture. So if some other country puts a tariff on something, it's unwarranted. And we are arbitrarily throwing 100%, 200% tariffs around, and somehow that's warranted? I mean, God damn, it seems like we are just really looking at this from one side, and I don't think that's going to win. I don't think that's going to be a good strategy in the long run. I don't think. You know, what if any other country just mirrored exactly what this administration is doing? Tit for tat, just exactly. What do you suppose would happen? I don't know. What would they say? I can tell you what I think they would say over here, but I don't know. It just seems... It seems weird to me. It seems like we're trying to employ I'm a New York tough guy, gangster, extortionist, protection racket kind of thing. To me. Don't know if that's, it or not. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's, I don't know. The key word you're looking for is, I don't know. Let's see what happens with a futures trading day that does not exceed its initial balance is called a normal day. Well, there you go. Let's see if they've got all the day types over here. Normal day, normal that's right. Normal day, normal variation day, neutral day, and trend day. Those are the market profile ones. There you go. See? I'm just a font of knowledge here, boys and girls. There you go. Normal day, normal variation day. There you go. Well, okay, there you are. I do remember that. I had them all printed out at one point in time, back in the day before Google and all this stuff. We were, ooh, look at this. What happened here now? I guess they didn't like what somebody said somewhere along the line. Maybe they're not too crazy about this agriculture guy. No, hell, that's been 30 minutes ago. That can't be anything. Wow, Meta, I didn't realize this. I didn't watch the earnings last night. Meta dropped 11% yesterday. Ooh. Wow. That's obviously not new news, or didn't have any effect on this pullback, this market fluctuation right here, but But something did. So, back to the old squeeze here, baby. Bah humbug. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Richard, I think they probably instigated a secret sabotage or something, you know. God, every time I think of that, it's like, son of a bitch. And the most amazing thing for me about that whole story in the Rose Garden and that stupidity with the whatever Christian Island or whatever it is with the penguins. Do you know that is a 3-week boat ride from Australia, just off the coast of Antarctica, that island? I mean, yeah. The thing that is most amazing to me is that they obviously, some moron in the White House obviously put that cardboard sign together with I don't know what, you know, looking at places in the world on AI, you know what I mean, without any thought whatsoever involved in it. Okay, and that's obvious as the nose on everybody's face. They weren't remotely embarrassed. Nobody apologized for that was a mistake. Nothing. I mean, the butt of the world joke didn't even faze them. I found that more amazing than the fact that they did such a stupid thing. And I don't know who. I'm not saying Trump. I have no clue who put that together. Obviously, it wasn't him. He wouldn't take the time and probably wouldn't know how to create something like that. Likely doesn't know how to use I don't know if he even knows how to use Google, to be honest with you. I have no clue. But somebody did that. And it's just like the rules. The numbers for the deficits for all the countries was obviously crazy too. And that was proven immediately before the speech was even over. Some clever reporter figured that out. But, you know, an island full of penguins, Jesus, Christopher Christ. And not so much as, oh, that was a mistake, that was a misprint, we made a mistake there, nothing. No retraction, no apology, no embarrassment for such a blatantly stupid mistake. Something that you would expect in some kid's report from the 3rd grade, maybe. You know, that's the part that's really weird. They'll probably come over here in wintertime, you know, when it's a little colder for them. Anyway, shit happens. Here I sit, brokenhearted. I will wait until after the lunch period, and then if no signals have occurred and I have not taken any appropriately signaled trades, I'm going to just start firing them off, as I said earlier, you know, one at a time, hopefully with some discretionary idea that I can get the achieved results. I would like to have one full stop, one T1 and then scratch, and then one to both targets. And I'd like to have that complement or that set for both long and short. That would confirm in my mind that there were no surprises lurking from IRT. And of course, that's, that's a pretty far cry from what was probably going to happen, but that's it. We can hope, right? Yeah. Like where I grew up, we had a lot of pretty funny sayings. Wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one fills up first. Stuff like that. Yeah. Last time I heard, Trump was going to have all those penguins relocate to Gaza because he solved that. He had that peace deal, I think they're still shooting each other and killing everybody, and I don't even look anymore. It's like, well, that lasted about a minute and a half. That lasted as long as the sanctions and the tariffs have lasted. God. It's not funny because, a vast number of people are suffering, but Jesus. Jesus, Lena. Oh boy. Well, not very much fun here today. Not that it's supposed to be fun, but I would like to be doing something constructive, and that would be proving out that that IRT is going to behave in the trade environment, because I want to be live with this thing on Monday. I'm all paper traded out here. My paper patience are thin. And assuming that happens, I will ease into it with micro, so that if there's some unforeseen drama that happens that I haven't thought about, it's going to be minimal risk, right? The idea is, as I said from the pre-market and about every time I think about it, especially in this environment, absolutely manage your risk and keep your account exposed to the risk of the market at a minimum. And what that would mean is, with the micros, a 2-lot risk-neutral package, achieving both targets would be $75 as opposed to $750, which is pretty pathetic. But on the other side of the coin, a full stop is $3, not 300. So very definitely manageable risk in this environment, and until I'm completely warm and fuzzy with the way this thing's working, I'm at quite a shock about this IRT story. I didn't expect that at all. When I first looked over and saw that, my mouth fell open, because I've traded with this stuff for a long time, and you know, using rhythmic data, never an issue. I can't explain it, and that makes it worse. Hey Panda, what are you doing? Oh, that didn't last very long. Well, we've zoomed right past RTH1 a while ago. Pretty quickly, we're going to be into RTH2. I mean 3. What am I talking about? All these crazy Ivans around here. What's going on with the POC? Well, there's 12,826. 12,314. The minute this level right here says 827, guy's going to go back up here where he started. It's really simple. Blue boy keeps hiding out behind the barn over there. Now this is worth noting. Here's the open. Most of the trade is above the open. Meaning most of that, most of the inventory long then. Hey baby, you want to have a nap now? No, you want to have Well, Richard, I think I'll hand this off to you, and I'll go out for my my jaunt. That'd be cool if we could actually do that, I guess. Pass the torch. Back in the day, I once did an intensive thing with Jim Dalton, and his he had a lot of experiences. You know, he's an old guy, so there you go. But he did some pretty cool. He was part and parcel of setting up the CBOT, I think, and was in the CME and managed a trading desk for I don't know, some big outfit. Somebody big, you know, Lehman Brothers, or not Goldman or anybody, but somebody like that. Futures more. He used to have a lot of interesting things to say, like somebody would talk about, you know, that his philosophy was the only session that mattered was the RTH session. And he said that at one point in time they wanted to see, so they passed the order book, you know, across the world, around the world, following the sessions. And the only meaningful volume of stuff, this was before internet, you know, what we have now, where you could easily see that. The only meaningful session that really had much impact was the RTA. So that was an interesting point of view from an old timer. He had a lot of things to say, but he also said things like, for example, anybody that trades on a smaller time frame than about 5 minutes, definitely anybody that trades on a platform like Bookmap or uses a DOM is guaranteed to fail because of cognitive dissonance and doesn't work. You know, he also didn't believe in volume profile at those days. He was only trading market profile. Bearing in mind his books, the books that he wrote and how he makes a living, I guess. Yeah, it's not too surprising that he felt that way, I guess. But interesting stuff. You know, you live long enough, you gather up a few interesting experiences. Julia was the woman that was helping him or partnering with him or whatever. She was from Key West. And he lives in Taos, I think, New Mexico or something. Who the hell knows? I can't even remember when that was. It was probably I don't know, 2015, 16, maybe, something like that.
Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Well, I may have to go check my eyelids for leaks here pretty quick, or get outside for a walk. Typically, I've been doing a 3 or 4 mile hike over the lunch hour to get some circulation going on, and you know, rest your eyes and all that stuff. It's important for you to recognize that I'll hold off a minute here, that stupid time chapter thing. I don't want it to be out of whack too much. So it's important to remember or be aware of, however you want to look at it, that see what I got going on here now. The most important tool you have in your trading room or your office is you. It's that thing sitting on your side of the monitor, right? And a lot of people overlook that. We spend all of our time and, searching monitors and the best this and the best that, and software trading platforms up and down, and connection this, connection that. What kind of a trade, how am I going to vet the trade? What trade to take, all the setups, all this stuff. And the most important tool you have is sitting there, taking all that input in visually and processing it, making decisions that affect you financially. And a lot of people don't pay much attention to or take very good care of that. You need to be well rested, hydrated, exercise regularly, be in shape to make sharp mental decisions. It's no different than any other, intensive professional sport. And that's what we're playing. I mean, the people that you're trading against are the best of the best. You better believe that. Just our eyes, focusing on the screens for hours at a time. That's like your short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. Clench your fists up as hard as you can and sit that way for a couple hours and tell me how your hands and arms feel. Take a break periodically, every hour or so. Look down the street, go outside, get some fresh air. Hopefully some natural light, little UV. really important to relax those muscles in your eyes and enable you to process all of what we do properly. Emotional tilt, a big deal, not rested, thinking you're going to tough your way through it. And you're talking about your money. I think that's extremely important and overlooked by a hell of a lot of people. So, there you go. And I'm going to take my own advice here and I'm going to flip a coin. I'm going to do a random, since this is a random environment, I will see which way, whether I'm going to take a nap or go for a walk. Now, if I could just do both at once, sleepwalking, there you go. Yeah, this is stupid. I will monitor the stream. Well, I can't really do it. Yeah, I don't want to leave the stream on the signal because a number of people like the book map. So I'll leave that up. Probably go for a hike. Get that 4 miles in. And some fresh air. And monitor the stream and see if I get signals. If I don't get a signal, when I come back, I'm going to enter some trades just to see what the hell IRT does, as I've mentioned a couple of 3 times. So, let your conscience be your guide, but remember it's important to take care of yourself. Do some squats. I don't know about your office, but I'm lucky. Mine is large enough and I have stand-up desks. I can do squats and still watch my screens. I've got some dumbbells. I can do curls and stuff. And I got a pull-up bar in the door. And I try to stay in shape. I'll say this for you, if you're not, if you're one of the lucky younger few, the older you get, the faster it is, easier it is to get out of shape, and the harder it is to get back in. So you're much better off to maintain a certain level of fitness, not just for trading, but for your life. So I'm going to be back directly. Well, and of course, no sooner than I think about walking out of the room, somebody said something, and here we go. Jesus Christ. Come on, girls. They gonna get real bold and peek out the bottom here again? Incredible. Well, there's just still a whole lot of nothing going on down here. I tell you, Richard, I don't know what to say. I think the penguins have taken control. It's the penguin mind control. Well, we're right on the mid once again. That's pretty exciting. I think I'm going to check my eyelids for leaks here for a quick 20 minutes and then see what's going on. At that point, I can decide whether I'm going to take a trade, not take a trade, or I will definitely do that this afternoon. Go out and get my exercise after the cash market closes. I think it's the best approach. right, so we have not taken an IB yet. We're working on a neutral day unless they get over here right now. Here's the entire day. These are the IBs, the signals for my trading. Nada, piñada. Oh, yeah. We might be going to head down there now, actually. Something's not right here. So we're working on a normal day without an IB, huh? That would be 1.7% probability today. Is that right? Or did I miss something here? I think not. Sorry. That's what these kind of days do to me. Fast approaching the power hour here. So this has gone pear-shaped at Mach a million there. Remember, we've got Amazon and Apple coming out after the bell. It's all about earnings this week, I guess. The Fed yesterday, and then the rest of it is the dog and pony show in Asia is drawing some headlines, but not any kind of market movement stuff. It doesn't look like. More comedy than more comedy than anything else, I think. Still sitting on a 1 point high price spread here, and we have the full session in view. It kind of rambunctious there at the opening, but it hasn't turned into much now, has it? I was thinking about, before I went out, I was talking about doing a couple of test trades, whether we'd gotten anywhere, had any signals or not. Just to check out this issue that I've had with IRT. But standing here now thinking about it, probably the thing to do would be to test that out with some random trade in the ETH rather than the trade itself has nothing to do with it. It's not the point. The point is to put on a trade and then see if IRT is doing what it's supposed to do, which is nothing. It's supposed to accurately track and plot the, the reference lines for the entry and the fill and all that kind of stuff, but the order, outstanding or working order and fill. But it's not supposed to be putting any trades out at all. And it was firing off shorts for who knows why. I think I figured that out, and I think I have it remedied for a conversation or something I found from Bill Lind. But I could, my thinking earlier was to just, if we don't have anything done by, say, power hour 30 here or something, just to throw on a trade or two and see what's happening. But I think I might be better off to leave the stream in this RTH session unmuddled by that. And I mean, just throw on a random trade anywhere and simply to watch what IRT does. But I'm thinking maybe I'll just do it this afternoon in the ET, or this evening in the ETH, since it's got nothing to do with the stream or profit or anything else, just a paper trade. Basically like backtesting, only different. It would be nice to have that recorded, though. That's another thing that's important. In case Bill or Linsoff needs to see a recording and the live. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed and think positive here that it's gonna not do anything wrong. As it had been doing. And that doesn't answer the question, why in the hell is doing that? It never did anything like that before. So that's pretty concerning. I don't know. Let me think about that a minute. Days like this are a good test of your our monkey mind, I guess you could say. That's what I call it anyway. all part and parcel of our, being in control. It's a big help for me to be only working on structured, vetted trades where I can anticipate a setup. I can, everything is clear and concise. I think you become more susceptible to your monkey mind or hide or whatever you want to call it when you're just randomly out there trying to trade intuitively or on a hunch or whatever. Monkey mind is what I call it, and it's essentially, whether you believe in evolution or creation or whatever, I think everybody agrees that the human species has been evolving for a long time and developing. So many of the things that kept our ancient ancestors alive and allowed them to pass their DNA down to us is baked into our wiring. If someone 1,000 years ago saw the grass rustling and they backed off and hid behind a tree to look, they had fear, aversion to risk, they might have survived, and their brother or their cousin walked over there and kicked the grass to see what was in it, and turned out to be something's lunch. Well, that the one that got eaten didn't pass down the DNA. So reversion to risk, FOMO, wanting to be right, the alpha male thing, all of those things, or the alpha person thing, all of that is, and any of the other personality ideas that you hear about in trading a lot is baked into us. And in my opinion, I'm certainly no shrink or anything, but you're never going to eliminate those. You'll be quite frustrated trying to, and maybe do yourself some psychological harm because you're not able to. But in my opinion, the way to deal with those things that are there forever, like FOMO, fear of missing out, chasing, wanting to be right, revenge trade, be continually aware of yourself. Why I said earlier about taking care of yourself and your mental state, be hydrated and in shape, well rested, not on emotional tilt. Be aware of yourself. And when you feel those emotions, that adrenaline kicking in or whatever that is, you don't react to it. Tom over at TLab calls it high. He refers to it as Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. Some people think about it, like the two little cartoon characters on Sylvester's shoulders, the devil and the angel, telling him to eat or not eat Tweety Bird, that kind of thing. And that's what it is. It's our wiring that's wired in there, that's baked in there. Those emotions and things that I don't think you're going to get rid of. And there is a big part of psychology and trading is people play that up for their own advantage. Makes good copy on YouTube, psychology, your trader psychology is keeping you from winning. Brett Steenbarger's a nice guy, and I'm sure a very intelligent fella, but how does he make his living? Selling books and giving courses about trader psychology. So, in my opinion, if you pay attention and are aware of those emotions and don't react to them, that's just kind of like being an adult. There's a lot of things we do as adults that we used to do frequently when we were children that we don't do. I think if you approach it like that, you'll find that it's all that psychology stuff kind of goes into a heap somewhere, and it's not nearly as daunting a process or a problem as it's made out to be. Do you go to the bathroom in your pants? I don't either. I'm an adult. When I was a little kid, I suppose I did. But, I think it's just that simple and that straightforward, really. I don't think there's anything different. And I think, in my opinion, if I keep it that basic, it's like, well, yeah, duh, I don't do that. I don't overtrade. I don't click the mouse like crazy till I have a signal and a setup that I know is viable. I think you'll find that helps, or at least I do. We got enough things to think about when we're trading, let alone sitting here worrying to death that we're going to not have self-control or overtrade or having a psychological crisis with FOMO. Come on. Where I'm from is cowboy up, you know, cowboy up or pull up your boots. Come on. Well, this is quite the normal day, huh? Remember, there was a 98.3% probability that this day would take out the IB high or the IB low. That means that there is a 1.7% probability that we take neither. The session's not over. We may very well do that. I have two major advices for you. Do not trade to the statistic or in anticipation for it, which I've already said 1,000 times. Look at what happened all these times. And now down here. And we may go down there and take that out in the next breath. But do not trade for it. When the statistic is taken, then the IB trades will be on the table. And that's why I like the signals coded just that way. And this is just a visual reference. This is only for my visual confirmation that these things are happening when and where I expect them to. Period. So the power hour cometh. Okay, well, let's take these from the neck to the next level, I guess, and talk about the backtesting a little bit and how all this came about. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on the signals. Fortunately, we have a similar chart here. These are the backtest rules for the initial balance trades. There is an IB continuation from the IB high, an IB failure from the IB high, an IB failure from the IB low, and an IB continuation from the IB low. 4 trades. All there is to it. And there are 3 signals per each one of those. And they're all coded here, including a couple other things like end of day and, if we're in a position at the end of day, which you have to do for backtesting. With IRT or with any backtesting engine that I know of, you have to spell out each and every rule. You'll notice there's each and every rule, long and short. It's not like multi-brackets in Bookmap that's clever enough. You put in a stop, you put in a targets, and it's clever enough to know which way you're going by the entry. So, I'll wind this out a little so I can see it better. Now, we could likely get a signal here, but it will be superfluous because it's going to probably be a B, right? It is not, the signals must be sequential. They are in the code. They must be, in this visual chart, I haven't bothered to work that out, but they are here. They are in the code. So, just forewarned, you must have an A, and then you must have a B, and then I must have a trigger. So, backtesting. In order to have a vetted trade, you have to have backtested or captured some way a statistically significant data set of the setup and the criteria, and then determine mathematically, scientifically, or statistically, whatever you want to call it, does that have an edge or not, an expectancy? And if it has a positive expectancy, you can determine then, if it works for your account, then you take every instance of that applies, it displays itself in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy to your bank account. It is the exact system and methodology that has been recognized and applied by the most successful hedge fund and traders in the world. And it's the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Ray Dalio, Sosnoff, Jim Simmons, Paul Tudor Jones, Soros, Druckenmiller, Peter Thiel, Mark Douglas, pick one. Mark, Tom the Trader, Tom, the Danish guy, the best loser wins. Everybody that you listen to, if you listen to any successful trader, they'll come around in their conversation or their talk to probability, occurrences, in other words, the law of large numbers. So it's not something I dreamed up as a point of that. But I believe and I understand very definitely that it is the right approach and that it is fact. It's not Fibonacci or any of that stuff that's really just confirmation bias. There's no efficacy to any of that, but there is to this. And so how do you backtest with IRT? Well, I can backtest right now. There's 100 days, okay? 500 days, whatever. Let's look at 500 days. How long do you think it would take you to manually go back and backtest 500 days worth of data of trading days? Yes, 2 contracts, day time frame, set up, okay? Are you ready? There it is. 5 seconds to backtest 493 trading days. And what the system does, what the backtest engine does, is it evaluates each and every rule in sequence over each 1 minute candle for 493 trading days. I don't even have any idea how many times. Oh, well, that's 217,953 bars. Now, if you're, young and you're going to live old enough to be Methuselah, you can probably do it yourself, but I'm not going to be there, so there you go. That's 716 trades. There are maximum pullback is $2,000. Come on. 252 winners, 216 losers. Maximum loss is $300. That's correct. This, I know exactly what's wrong right here. This should be $750. This is the 1st of May, 2024, and I'm not sure why it refuses to take the T2 target. It enters short on a IB failure. It takes T1. And then rather than taking the T2 target, it goes to the end of day, which would be a pleasant surprise if that was your real live account, wouldn't it? But it should only be $750. It's immaterial because we have the average winner here and the average loser. There are 9 consecutive winners in a row. There are 7 consecutive losers in a row. Remember when I was talking about your account risk and how to set your stop? The first thing you need to understand is your account risk parameters. Is your account, your brokerage statement, your prop firm, whatever the hell it is, can you stand $300 losses in a row consecutively. That's $2,100. All told, we had a draw. If you remember, we had a max drawdown of $2,200. So at some point, there was not consecutive losers in a row, but at some point we had losers and winners that added up to $2,200. So that's the maximum drawdown looking back over whatever it was, 493 days or 716 trades. Now, what I've done for myself, you can do for yourself, is build this tool right here. And it's real easy. 500 days, 716 trades, 252 wins. Average winner is 657. That's good enough. Number of losses, 216. Stops, in other words. Average loss is 296. We have a 2-lot package. There we are. These are statistics that you can lean on. This is a vetted trade. 52.51 win rate. Loss rate's 47. Expectancy, $209.46. Profit factor is 1.17. The risk to reward ratio, or the R factor, is 2.22. It takes 1.432 trades a day. It's a 2-lot package, so we had a total of 1,432 positions. We achieved 500 T1s, risk neutral, for 34 or 35%. We achieved 252 T2, second profit target, for 17.6%, and we achieved 680 stops, full stops, for 47.49%. Does this seem in line with over here? Yes, it does. So we take more losers than we take T1, not as many as T1, T2 put together, but you have these two add up to give you the R factor of 2.22, and therefore this is a profitable structure. This is a profitable strategy. I know that when I take a trade, I have a 47% chance I'm going to stop out, but I've got a 34% chance I'm going to get a T1, and 17 more on top of there, I'm going to get to T2. That is a vetted trade. Now, you can also optimize that, which I have not done. You can optimize the strategy over a historical period, say all of the data up until the 31st of 2024. You optimize the strategy, and then you can forward test that by running the optimized strategy over untested data, say January 1st to current of 2025, and you'll know if this strategy is forward tested for you. And also, I'm forward testing it myself by trading it every day. If that's not enough for you, you can also, part of the backtest here is this. Here is each one of 700 and whatever it was, 16 trades, the time, the date, the entry going back to the 30th of November, 2023, and the exact exit results and the profit results. That's, in my opinion, how you backtest something. And that's what I'm doing. Now, I've considered in my mind that I've backtested the IB trades. I may optimize a bit, and I'm now going to be looking for another strategy to start on, to backtest, so that I have a trade plan that has, my game plan book, or whatever the hell you want to call it, has a couple of 3 strategies in it. Mean reversion, VPOC migration, I don't know. If you have any suggestions, whip them in the chat there. I'd love to hear your opinion and discuss them. I'm completely open. So that's the backtesting story. Peter Lorre. And now I'm going to stand by for the the daily recap at 2:30. And I'll tell you one other thing here in a minute. Okay, I've made a decision about my taking an arbitrary trade here to see if IRT is up to its tricks or not. And I am going to do that after 2:30 because I have a end of day rule in the backtesting set to 2:30. So any trade that's in the book or on any trade that is active is automatically closed at 14:30. I can change that time to whatever I want, but that's what I'm going to do. So in theory, there would not be any trade setups or anything after that period of time. So that's why I'm going to not pay attention to. I'm not, hovering on the edge of my seat waiting for a signal to happen here. If we get an A signal, great. But I don't think I'm going to, I think I'm going to throw a trade on just to see. Now we are going to probably go down here. Let's see what happens here. Looks to me like, of course, the second I said that. Yeah, the market, isn't it cute? So the, get up here where we can see it. Well, we have now taken the initial balance statistics. So that 1.3 or 1.7% probability is no longer. Because you remember that the rule for the initial balance statistic is not my trading rule. All the rule of the well-known statistic says is that we will exceed this price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session, and we have just done that. So the IB stat is satisfied, so is the 98.3%. Isn't it cute? Amazing how it works, huh? And I'll show you, it'll be highlighted blue. Watch this. Highlighted blue. The IB stat has been satisfied. IRT highlights all of these stats that have been satisfied blue. And it's highlighted. There we go. See? Don't you love it when a plan comes together? This is not random. This is not hurry, scurry, and blurry. This is the way to approach it, in my opinion. Now, what I'm going to do now, which will spook you, I'm going to get over here and I'm going to enter something. Short? Long. Let me think about this for a minute. I want to test out the IRT and see what happens. I think they'll probably... Yeah, I'll bring it back. I'm going to put a resting order there.
Order submitted.
No, let's cancel that order and put a... Oh, that got me in. Did that get me in? Oh, it got me in short too. Scratch, okay. What happened over here?
I'm going to do that again. I should have stayed on the long. There's there's the risk neutral. God damn. There's the risk neutral target, and there's the second one. So let's just let's do this again. There's wow.
Order submitted.
Something's wrong there. That was mighty quick, wasn't it? That should be, why are we in 4 lots? Something is all haywire here. I can safely say, how can we be in 4 lots when we're only in 2 lots? This is pretty freaking weird. Okay, it took those out. Now IRT still thinks we are in 3 contracts long. This is really messed up, and I don't know. And this book still thinks we're in a 2 lot, and there's no stops or targets anywhere. That's because I don't know why. That's because this is a freaking mess. Wow.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Holy shit, over. Huh. Wow. I'm at a loss as to what to think here. It's really weird. I don't know why. I'm going to close that. So there it should have done, it should have pulled all the working orders and closed the account, as I just tried to do.
Order
That's
submitted.
ridiculous. And IRT still thinks there's a live contract. Boy, this is a real mess. This is not at all funny. Haha, funny. Wow. Oh, that's a big wow. That's a major wow. I can safely say I have no clue what the hell this thing is doing. And IRT still thinks there's one quantity long over here, somehow or freaking another. and I never did get the thing I wanted to get. Oh yes, here's the long. It's still got one long down here as an order. I don't know what happens if I close it. Oh boy, and this is, I have never had this situation at all, ever. So you can appreciate that this is a little bit disconcerting. If I try to flatten out here, it's going to get all haywire. According to Bill Lind, as long as this trading list is 0 symbols, it cannot send anything to a broker or to the system. It will not take a trade. It will only flag these orders. And this is the portfolio showing these orders. But why does it think there's a long when there is not anywhere a long? Let's flatten, cancel, clear, do something. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, as you might imagine, that's pretty damn disappointing. Huh. Let's see something else here. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to I don't know what to think about that. I'll try to flatten, but I can tell you that that's not going to do any good. Every time I've tried this
Hey,
previously,
the IB low is taken.
it locks up the system. As it is apparently done now. It will be talking about unresponsive or not responding. Wow. And I don't care at all about IRT. I don't, the fact that it flags these used to be nice. I would do a screen snap of these and show it in relationship. Oh, here's that A trigger we got finally. I don't know what to think. I have no idea. And I'm just being honest here. It's not responding. Do you see that? The minute it does this crap, it's not responding. IRT is not responding right here. My. Well, what I'm going to try to do quickly before we get in a close is something. I don't know what. Close this, I guess. Close the system maybe somehow. Wait for the program to respond. No, get away. Wow. Well, you're here alive and direct to watch this hocus pocus. Man, I wasn't planning on that. I thought I had it figured out. I have done exactly what Bill Lind and what what IRT suggests. So now we should be clear. What I'm going to do now is get completely away from this paper trading account to the simulated account, which should, this would be still a portfolio for the simulated and the portfolio for the, this should be for the rhythmic account and the portfolio should be for the other one. Now we're in the symbols list is, get away from me. The symbols trading symbol is 0, meaning according to IRT, this is the key. I would have to have ESZ5 in here for this to actually send trades. Now, let's get up here and let's do a short right here, because there is a short signal on a trigger. It's not active. We don't have a B yet. B meaning it would have traded up to here, but let's do it anyway. Let's do a resting order up here. I think I can do that.
Order submitted.
There's a limit.
Order submitted.
There's a short. We're in 2. We have 2 short. Stop. Take profit. Take profit 2. Nothing going on over here. And nothing going on here. Okay. I guess it's ought to be obvious what I'm doing and what I'm trying to achieve. Huh? Gonna be stopped. That's not what I wanted to achieve. Okay, so that's done. And remember, this is just paper trading, and so who cares? I'm trying to work this out because this is real important at this point. Well, let's look back over here. This is kind of fun, maybe. So here we have A. No class? Okay. B. And then we'll look for a trigger. Now, 1 minute, we won't be able to do any, we wouldn't take anything because of the time, I'm telling you, right? But if this pulls back to the trigger zone, I'll take the short because this is no, I'm sorry, this is a failure. So this is A, B. We need to come down here and go up that way. That looks like a double top to me, doesn't it, you? And the trigger would be right there. Am I looking at the right thing with you guys? Yeah, I am. Okay. Let's go. Let's just take one now with it.
Order submitted.
Oh, come on. Get me in.
Order submitted.
There we go. We're in, a stop, a limit, and there's the trade, there's the target. And I'm not seeing anything on IRT. The next thing I need to do here is look at rhythmic. Okay, rhythmic is only in a 2 lot right now. I think. What happened? Stopped out, I guess, or something. Oh no, we got a so we're scaled. Yeah, oof. I don't even know what I'm talking about here anymore. So now we're scaled. So this is the risk neutral scale. We got long pullback. This would be following following along with the IB continuation, which is really loose and not following the rules at all. But I'm just doing this for the hell of it at this time of the day to see. I'm trying to be damn sure I know what's going on. And I'll be the first to say I probably don't. This rhythmic thing is pretty complicated here. I'd like to see, because this is an open position, okay. Net quantity 1. I'm not sure what this, I got to see this again. I don't want to be net buying 8. Son of a bitch. What else we got over here from Uncle Rhythmic? Recent orders, positions, performance. So we sold. Look at this, just from that tomfoolery right here. If this was a live account, down $1,250. See the point? Why this is not a good thing? Wow, I don't know what to do, to be honest with you. I've never, ever had this kind of a situation happen. Trigger pending. Open. I am pretty surprised. Probably a stop, I guess. Somewhere around there. Should have been a stop, right? Quantity 1, we're still in one of them. Oh yeah, we haven't hit the stop yet, but just by a blink of an eye right there. Now, according to Bookmap, everything's working correctly. Come on, do something. I don't want you to stop out. I want you to get up there and do something else so I can keep watching this damn thing work. Are you with me? Oh, no, you're not. Sorry about that. Well, we're at the bottom of the hour here, plus a bunch of times. I'm trying to get this done. Let's take a quick look at the recap, I guess. Well, the kneecap. That is really disappointing. I don't know what to do. Oh, there's a stop. So we're flat. So there's that. So let's do what? Let's sell one.
Order submitted.
Let's sell two and see what happens here. I'm really trying to figure out what's going on. Sorry. We'll do the recap later or kneecap later or something like that. I got to figure this out. I suppose I hope you understand. And if not, well, oops. How could I be open to? order to fill. It's open order to fill 2. Okay, at the price. We haven't filled it yet. What else is going on? Damn it. It's running away. It didn't catch my order and it's running away from us. And I don't want to, do stupid things. More stupid than these orders for no reason, but I don't know what else to do. So let's cancel all and see how that reacts on Rhythmic. Oh, instantly. Okay, that's cool. Take a short up here.
Order submitted.
Well, that's working, right? Okay.
Order submitted.
Trigger
Order
pending. How can these be trigger
Order
pending?
submitted. Order submitted.
I don't understand what the trigger pending is. There's a stop and we're out. Well, I don't get it. Rhythmic doesn't seem to be having any issues. And when I have IRT set to God damn, boy, that's disappointing, I'll tell you right now. That's big time disappointing. I want to get a target if I can get one. And I'm not having much luck here. Try to get a short on and get the damn target hit.
Order submitted.
Try to see what happens here if we get a fill. I'm monitoring this on Rhythmic and I'm monitoring this on, did we get in? No. I'm trying to monitor this on, come on, there we go. Okay, now get down there and get the target out. I mean, take a limit. You watching this? Yes, you are. Okay. What I'm doing is monitoring the fills and the targets over here on Rhythmic to see if exactly what's going on, and keeping an eye up above here to see if any bullshit is happening with this damn thing. Wow, that's really disappointing. No, come on, man. Go down and take that target. I want to see one of these go away or not, instead of just a stop every time. Come on. Remember, this has got nothing to do with really trading. This is just me throwing orders on a paper trade account to see what in the Sam Hill is going on between Rhythmic and the dark side of the moon here. From all of a sudden, it's not Rhythmic. IRT, excuse me. what I'm going to do now that we see there's a bunch of tomfoolery happening still. I want to try to isolate whether it's IRT or the rhythmic provided by AMP. So tonight I may switch my rhythmic to my subscription from Bookmap, which didn't ever have this issue before. Obviously that doesn't do me a hell of a lot of good because it's not, I'm going to be trading on rhythmic, right? But I mean on AMP. But I sure as hell don't want to have this drama going on alive and direct, huh? Come on, get that target, you dummy. Get down there. I'm so adverse to ever moving these targets, I refuse to do that. I talk about, I'm like Pavlov's dog, I guess. Well, boys and girls, what the hell is it? We got 5 minutes till the market on close orders. I'm still going to be in the middle of doing this. Basically, we had a nothing burger all day. We got the as far as the recap, we got the IB about 10 minutes ago. And at that point, I started trying to test this system to see if the drama continues with IRT, and it does. So that's really no good. There we go. Okay, so we got this fired correctly. And now we've got one more. But here's what I don't understand. Oh, why isn't the stop showing up here? This is the target, right? 58.50, 75. Here's the stop. Okay. I guess. But there's no price for it. And that would be our second target at 50.75. Get down there. Come on, show everybody who's boss. Attaboy. Come on. Well, at least what I want to see now, and I may have to pull that limit up here to get taken out so that I make sure that all the stop and everybody else goes away on time. And that was, I don't know whether we'll get down there any lower or not. These orders mean nothing. I'm just testing the functionality of the system. I hope that's clear. Come on, man. Jesus, I'm sick of that. Well, Rhythmic doesn't want to play nice. Okay. Why this piece of crap won't continue to show these orders and will... Now what I'm going to do is pull the limit up. I'm going to pull the limit order up here so that it gets so that this gets filled, and make sure that the stop and everybody goes away, because pretty quick we're going to Well, I guess it'll be okay. I guess I can leave it like it is because it's going to take this. What's going to happen is it's going to trail up there and catch that. Probably catch the stop, which should be this order here. And this is a stop order, which will convert to a limit order, and then there'll be a price. That's why there's 2 trigger pendings. Those are limits or stops. And you can't see any of that. Boy, that is really freaking disappointing. Market on close orders right there. Bam. Oh, almost got us. Almost got the stop. Couldn't get much closer than that, huh? Market on close orders. Remember that we've got big, oh, look at the sell stuff. Well, if we get these, if these sellers come in, we'll pick up the market on close orders in a minute. I'm focusing on doing this. Sorry about the no market recap and the usual business. I'm going to bring this up so that it can get taken out. I guess the stop's okay. The important part is there's nothing going on from Rhythmic, from IRT in the portfolio. Huh. Oh, come on, man. Ah. I am pretty thoroughly, I'm going to send, Jesus. I know exactly what IRT will say as well. You know, how's you're working as a plug-in? Yes. Well, are the orders being sent? Yeah. I've got to see if there's some kind of a tomfoolery going on. My suspicion is there's something different about the about the amp Rhythmic connection, because I've used this 2 program setup as add-ins to Rhythmic for years. Never had the problem. Never had it try to send orders. Always drew the lines like it were supposed to, with no problem canceling or flattening out. So I suspect it's got something to do with the amp. With the amp Rhythmic connection. I guess. The only way I know to try that is tomorrow when I come up, well, starting tonight, I'll be on the Bookmap Rhythmic connection. Jesus. No, I don't know. And I don't know what that means. I'm going to bring this up here because I want to get out of here pretty quick. I'm bringing this target up. and we'll see if we get
Order submitted.
tagged out, and then what happens on the IRT or on the whatever the hell it's called, rhythmic guy over here. Oh, within a tick we got there. It ought to be instant. The trigger pending is the stop, and the modified is the one I just moved. You see, I just moved it from 68, whatever it was, 50 to 68, 58. Oh man. So that is clearly the limit order, and it's tracking the modification properly. Come on, hit it. I want done with this. Boom. Okay, then everything closed out. Everything closed out. Closed out all the stupidness over here. A million points down. Not any real big deal. A rhythmic paper account, right? A paper trading thing. But boy, it's important to have tested all this out. I can tell you that right now. Whew. All right, so what did we do? Well, we didn't do anything. We never got any real signals here to put a trade in all day. We did take out the IB high, so it is not a normal day. It's a normal variation day. And I still have miles to go until I'm completely comfortable to live trade my cash with this setup. What I will do is switch to the bookmap rhythmic connection at the session switchover tonight. Bring up both of these systems again and see what happens tomorrow. Now, I will do similar to today. I'll trade this normally, looking for the signals, and hopefully we'll get some. And then we can do two things at once. And if not, I'll do the same thing as I've done this afternoon. Wait till the trading session is over in terms of my backtesting signals, which is about, let's say 2 or 1400, 1430, and then trade hell out of things and see what happens. I don't know what else to say. This is, now a live account. This is the paper trading, but it's a funded live account. My full plan Monday this week was to be on the live account, but Friday there was this crazy anomaly with IRT sending, doubling up shorts and things. So I waited until I had a signal, which I didn't get, and so I just did this. My plan now has rolled out to get off the paper and confirm everything tomorrow and be on live Monday. Jesus, Christopher Christ, it's like pulling teeth, I'm such a nice guy. Okay, well, I hope you had a great evening. Remember that you are the most valuable tool in your trading office. You need to take better care of you and your brain and your eyes than any of the other crap you've got sitting in front of you. After all, your eyes take in and your brain processes all of the data from all your screens and, chat things and this stream and whatever else, and makes decisions upon which you make financial decisions for your life and your family, whatever. Be vigilant and aware. If you're worried about the psychology crap, just be aware of it. I'm feeling FOMO now. I'm not going to click this. What's the matter with me? Wait till it's over with. I'm mad about that. I missed that trade. Damn, I'm not going to chase. That's chasing. That's monkey mind, boy. That's the monkey mind. Be vigilant. Be in the here and now, and you will not fall prey to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, so what did these BB brains come up there? Well, here we got a pretty big market on close story going on. We got 532 million S&P buy side 1 billion, 48 million. NASDAQ 818 million. Dow 1 billion, 211 Mag 7. Remember that we've got Amazon and Apple reporting after the bell tonight. And they're going to trade it down as far as they can get it here. Not that if you're late to this party or whatever, I'll put something in the timestamp. None of this trade from 2:15 on has anything to do with reality. Simply checking out the interreaction between IRT and bookmap and the data, the rhythmic data. So I apologize for that. But hey. Okay. I don't know if any of that is going to work out. Okay. And I'm just hanging on here. Okay, have a great evening. Oh, look at the closing on closing swing trade here. They're squeezing them, boy. They got them down there, and they're going to squeeze the hell out of them up here now. Do you see that? I hope you do. I don't know where you are or what I'm doing. Or there you are. Closing swing trade. The squeeze is on. The squeeze is on. Bam. Boy, that's disappointing. I tell you, I can't begin to tell you how that irritates me. These expected moves are kind of funny, huh? It's kind of bizarre. Where are you hiding? What did you do? Did you run away and hide or what? Come on. Jesus, I've never had to deal with any of this stuff. I've never even thought about the trading list deal, the portfolios, and I never had any issue whatsoever with the trading. Really disappointing. Look at that squeeze, boy. Oof. That ruined some days there. That ruined somebody's day. Well, that's it, boys and girls. I'm busy watching all the action here and still smoldering about this tomfoolery with the systems. Man, I'll tell you, that's really freaking irritating. I can tell you that right now. I don't know what else to do. So have a great night. Take care of yourself. Remember your health. You are the big tool in your drawer, baby. You're the sharpest tool in the drawer. You got to keep that bad boy sharp. I'll work on the timestamp when I get back. Was giving me strict orders. We're headed for the chicken farm, so that's where we're going. And I will be thinking about this the whole way down there and what might be the issue here. The only thing I know to do is switch the rhythmic connections, which I can do. After that, it's get a hold of Bill Lind and company and say, what the hell, over? WTF, over? Have a great night. Remember, the stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market, the setup, the statistics, and runs continuously until 1500 to cash close. So have yourself a great night, and I'll see you in the morning.